can see the camera now. How me look? How me look?
Hey, Cookie. Yeah, is eight persons working over here now? There's only 5 tickets in here. Check call out. Yeah? Call out. Yeah. When me the one do it, Chulani, you know me the one Jabba carry them up. That's what me the one know where them are for lunch. So I get you. 55. Bowling for St. Thomas thus far, Gavin Brown, he has gotten 2 wickets, and so too young Kenroy Williams, leg spinner. He has done very well for them this season, coming off the back of 4 wickets against Kingston Cricket Club last weekend in the semi-finals. He again broke 2 significant partnerships for the St. Thomas team here today. With me today is Sean Johnson. We'll be giving you ball-by-ball commentary right up until 6 p.m.
Good afternoon, listeners. Thank you, Kerry Scott. A warm welcome to our listeners on this live stream for the Jamaica Cricket Association Cricket Senior Cup Finals. Today, a bright and sunny day at Sabina Park. The outfield is looking lush, preparing for the upcoming English series, Kerry.
That's correct.
That's correct.
It's a lot of cricket that we'll be having in the Caribbean over the next 3 months or so. We're talking about the Tri-Nation Series that will be starting the 3rd of June, and then we'll segue all the way into the CPL and then the India Tour. Well, the India Tour and the CPL, both tournaments will be happening simultaneously, so a lot of cricket for our viewers.
Right. So the first over after lunch, this started previously. The first ball, Williams got Javel Glenn, LBW. That was prior to lunch. Now he's bowling, continuing this over from the George stand.
Now, Sean, what I think that we need to see happening here for the Melbourne cricket team, I think somebody needs to put up their hand and play, one of those knocks that will take some time. Melbourne, they definitely will need to bat all the way to tee.
He was the batsman to do that, but he fell. Has to find someone else in this lower order. The batsman now at the wicket, Sadiki Bolt, the brother of Usain Bolt. He's not out on 8. And the other batsman is Omar Allison.
Omar Allison, he has been around for quite some time, Sean. He has played, I'm sure, he's been playing for almost 8 seasons now in our local Senior Cup competitions, and he has come through the ranks. We're talking about he's come from Minor Cup right up to Junior Cup, and now he's a fixture in the Senior Cup team.
Right, so that over, our first over after lunch has been completed, and there was no run scored. So therefore, the score still remains on 146 runs for 5 wickets. Melbourne taking strike, sent in by St. Thomas.
Yes, now, when you look at the St. Thomas team, Sean, this is their first time in a Senior Cup Finals for almost 30 years. It is a very significant thing for the St. Thomas contingent. When I looked in the stands earlier today, I saw a lot of St. Thomas fans, which means that this really and truly means a lot for the community. Last week, I was in Goodyear Oval when they were taking on the Kingston Cricket Club team. They beat them, of course, to make it here to the finals. There was a strong contingent of fans in St. Thomas, and they were all cheering for their team. And again, here they are today again, looking to cheer their team all the way to a championship. Will we be seeing a Leicester City-like championship today?
Well, with the performances that St. Thomas has put in over the season, it is very likely that you might see that. But this Melbourne team is a champion team, and they have a lot of experience, a lot of young players. They have won this competition several times over the years. So that alone in of itself would give them the added advantage that they need to overcome this St. Thomas team. However, as we always say in cricket, the ball is round, expect anything.
Indeed. And that we will have to expect today and going on into tomorrow. I must say though, Sean, I'm very happy with the build-up of crowd that I'm seeing going into the North Stand and also over by the Kingston Cricket Club stand. We saw dribblings of people earlier this morning, and what we're seeing now is more persons coming in to watch what I believe is shaping up to be a very good contest.
Yes, Kerry. Over the years, Just a second. We have a very early wicket here in the post-lunch session. It seems the batsman Sadiqi Bolt is LBW to the fast bowler Keena Williams, playing all around that straight delivery, and umpire Verdane Smith had no problem giving that one out.
Yeah, he played around his front pad on that delivery, Sean. That was the delivery from Keena Wallace that came back. It seemed as though it beat him for swing in the air. The ball, it was pitched up very full in length. He tried to go around his pad, seeming as though he wanted to play that ball behind square. He missed, and when he saw the dreaded finger from umpire Verdane, he left very quickly.
That's correct, Kerry Scott. The batsman incoming is, it seems to be,
Looks like Nikita Miller.
it looks like Captain Nikita Miller, Jamaica captain also.
I'll just confirm that for you, Sean. But nonetheless, looking at what we've seen here today, we've seen St. Thomas persisting with their fast bowlers. The fast bowlers, they have been the ones who have been able to get the wickets for them. They played 3 fast bowlers today. They played young Keena Wallace, Davon Brown, and Devon Thomas is playing as an all-rounder, seamer, and they introduced a 4th seam option earlier today. We saw a little bit of spin. We saw Kenroy Williams, the leg spinner. We saw Marvin Darlington, the off spinner. We saw them in patches. But what I believe that St. Thomas has persisted with over this season is their pace attack. They believe in their pace attack, and they have gotten fruits from it.
That's right. Now, Nikita Miller immediately after mark, playing this shot off the back foot behind square, getting 2 runs. Keena Williams is a tall fast bowler. He played for the Combined Colleges and Campuses team. So he has some experience coming in. He's a young man. He is about 7 foot tall. He had a bout of illness this morning. I don't know what it was that he had last night, but he's back on the field now and bowling. Got the early breakthrough for the St. Thomas team. He's back at the top of his mark. He's coming in to bowl now to Captain Nikita Miller for Melbourne. He's in and he bowls this one, and Nikita Miller is on the back foot and playing this one comfortably. There is no run taken.
What I believe has proven. What I believe have proven very fruitful for the St. Thomas team this morning is whenever they pitch the ball up to the bat, that full length delivery has been very, 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 very productive for them, and I think that is where they need to penetrate going forward. Again, that ball pitched up again, Sean. It swung back in at Nikita Miller, and again he was looking to turn that one into the onside. It seems as though he got a little bit of bat on it, and he was able to go through for a quick single there. But again, Sean, the ball pitched up to the bat, coming back into the batsman, is seeming to be the problematic one for them.
That's right, on the money, Mr. Scott. Nikita Miller, with all his experience playing for Jamaica, he has saved the country many times from some precarious positions. I'm sure he'd like to play one of those special innings carry today for this Melbourne team.
Indeed. So Wallace bowled to that was Allison. Allison pushed it into the offside, and that's the end of a productive over for St. Thomas. So the scores at this time is 149 for the loss of 6 wickets, and St. Thomas, they are in the ascendancy now, and one would believe that if St. Thomas can prize another couple of wickets, including Nikita Miller, Sean, within the next half an hour, you would want to think that they'll be able to get this Melbourne team out for under 200.
Yes, and that would be the aim for the captain, Carlton Ball, who is, interestingly, a former Melbourne player for all those years that he has played in this competition. This, is a very interesting turn of events for Carlton Ball. Very experienced Jamaica and former West Indies cricketer as well. You know, his glove work has been excellent this season, and his batting has been his main contribution. I think St. Thomas is really doing well with that addition to their team.
Indeed. So Kenner Williams, the leg spinner, he's back, nicknamed Nagamutu. And again, oh, this one is a loud appeal. Oh, Nikita Miller beaten outside the off stump. It seemed as though he dragged the back foot, but not out, says umpire Verdane Smith. And Nikita lives to fight another day. Again, Sean, that one turning away from the bat. The leg spinner getting some amount of purchase from this wicket today. And he looks very threatening since he has been switched from the Michael Olin, from the commentary box end to the Michael Olin, the George Headley stand. Again, beaten outside the off stump is Nikita Miller. He's looking to run that one down. I think it's a very dangerous stroke there tried by Nikita Miller from the leg spinner. He bowls a little bit of zip on it and trying to late cut that delivery. He just may end up getting some edge and getting to the man at slip, who is Marvin Darlington, a very good catcher. Williams again, this one back of a length, and Nikita Miller turns this one to the outside. Yeah. He goes through for a quick single, but he's sent back by Allison, and no run. The Keno Wallace, it seemed at short mid wicket, he came down on that ball like a pigeon. That's his nickname that I had.
That's right, Gary. That's his name, Pigeon. Very tall man to be feeling at that position, I think. He's at a shortish mid-wicket position. The feeling places by Mr. Ball is he has a slip, silly point. There's a man at a regulation point, cover, mid-off, deep extra cover in front of the Kingston cricket stand, which is really filling up nicely today, bright and sunny Saturday for this match. That ball is played back to Nagamutu. He feels off his own bowling. There is also a mid-on, pigeon at mid-wicket as we said, and an orthodox square leg. This contest is very keenly contested as we see field placements being adjusted by Carlton Ball here. He sends back the man at mid-off to the long-off boundary. Nagamutu is in again to bowl to Nikita, and he edges this one. He's almost caught at slip, but that ball fell just in front of Darlington. That was a good ball that pitched just outside off stump and had the batsman feeling for it, Kerry. He with a little bit more bounce that could have sent the Melbourne captain packing.
Indeed. And again, it shows that Carlton Ball Jr. really knows his players. As you had said earlier, he has played many years with this Melbourne team. From he just started playing cricket at the tender age of 8. He has been playing at the Melbourne Cricket Club. Circumstances caused him to move to St. Thomas. Again, the reason why it is very interesting, Sean, this contest, is because the current president of the St. Thomas Cricket Association is also a Melbourne, a past Melbourne player and national player. And this one is driven and caught at point. Allison is caught at point of the bowling of Keno Wallace. That ball, Sean, pitched up wide outside the off stump. Allison flashed at it, and a very sharp catch was taken, it seems, by Kashane Roberts at point. But Sean, again, as I said earlier, the ball pitching up to the bat, swinging in or swinging out, that is what has been the difference for the St. Thomas team.
Right, a very good line there by Keno. We saw where the St. Thomas team has been probing outside the off stump of the Melbourne batsman this morning. Even when McCarthy looked so solid in the first session, they were probing outside that off stump line, because we know the Melbourne players generally like to play that brilliant extra cover drive. We know Marlon Summers all too well for that shot. So St. Thomas, I don't know if this is some, intelligent tactic by the captain, because he's so familiar with these Melbourne batsmen. That is Carlton Ball. He has been at Melbourne, as we said, for years, so he knows these players inside out, and I think he has got his tactics on spot. Keno Wallace bowling with a very good line and length, and he got Allison driving outside that off stump and was caught at point. The new batsman is at the wicket. He is facing up to Wallace now, and he plays this ball out into the offside. There is no run. very good team, this St. Thomas team. They are not letting up. Melbourne batsmen have to really try to get themselves out of this rut. They have to post a respectable score because the pitch is looking nice for batting today. Bright and sunny day here at Sabina Park, the mecca of cricket in Jamaica. This ball is bowled by Wallace, short of a length. It's played around to square leg where a single is taken. The batsman at the wicket is Nepal Watson, the Melbourne wicketkeeper. Really trying to fill the big shoes left, the big void left by Carlton Ball in this Melbourne team.
A very diminutive player. He shapes as he's similarly shaped to Carlton Ball Jr. Here's Wallace, and this one is hit down the ground by Nikita Miller. He's looking to take the attack to Keano Wallace. And again, Sean, what we've seen from the St. Thomas team is they have been a model of consistency. What has always happened for them? Whenever there's a partnership in the middle part of the batting, Keano Wallace has been the man who has always come back and placed the St. Thomas team back in the ascendancy. He did it last week in the semi-finals against Kingston Creek Club, where he got a hat-trick against Kingston Creek Club. Again, he broke the middle. He broke the heart of the batting, which was the middle of the Kingston Creek Club team. And again, we're seeing him coming back here at this stage to move St. Thomas into a stronger position than they were before. The score is 150 for the loss of 7 wickets. Keano Wallace, he has gotten 3 wickets thus far.
Here's Wallace in bowling to the Melbourne skipper, and this ball is edging inside and it's gone past the keeper down to fine leg for 4 runs. That one was very close to the stump. Keano ran in. He got that one up on the off stump line as he has been bowling all over. Nikita Miller took one mighty swing aiming at cow corner. He missed it, and he edged it down to for 4 runs. I'm sure that was very lucky for the Melbourne skipper. He could have been bowled, but the brave will.
Fortune always favors the brave.
That's right, Kerry.
And I would know that as a former Kingston College man. That has been my mantra for years. But again, as I said to you earlier, Sean, you could see clearly that Nikita Miller, he is trying to take the fight to the St. Thomas team. He's going to fight fire with fire. Once he sees any delivery that is slightly loose or slightly off target, he's going to look to attack it. And we saw there that ball again coming back into him a little bit more than he expected. He again was looking to play that big shot, and the ball came in just back enough to get that inside edge. Almost went into the off stump. Very lucky. But again, as you said, fortune favors the brave. Kenroy Williams again, Sean, he's bowling a very tidy line just on the off stump, spinning and bouncing and passing the right-hander's bat edge. He looks a very confident fella. Just how he bounces back to his mark, he looks very confident. He's at the top of his game.
Yes, he is at the top of his game, and it's showing in this innings as he is very, very accurate with that off-stump line, being asked to bowl by his skipper, Carlton Boy. Carlton Boy is now making an adjustment in the field. He has added an extra slip. He has moved the man from silly point to bat pad, and he has carried in the square leg up to mid-wicket. So a very interesting field here for the leg spinner. He's coming into bowl to Watson, and Watson is driving and missing this ball. Collected by the wicket-keeper ball. It's interesting to see Nagamuta bowling that very meager off-stump line. He is not giving anything away at all. The batsman today is going to have to find another way to get his runs. Oh, this ball is pitched on the middle stump line. It bounced higher than Watson anticipated, and he played it right into the bat pad position. That fielder was just moved 2 deliveries ago by Carlton Ball. That's brilliant captaincy there by the Melbourne man. What do you think, Harry?
Excellent piece of cricket. Carlton Ball Jr. has shown to everybody this morning that he understands cricket, he understands the Melbourne players, and he knows exactly what he needs to do, where he needs to put his players in order to get results. And we've seen that. A very smart piece of captaincy there. But again, a lot of the credit must go to Kenroy Williams. That delivery, Sean, was not the orthodox leg spin. That seemed like it was the googly. It bounced a little bit more on Watson. He tried to get his hands high enough on top of the ball to get it down, but that ball had a little bit too much pace on it, too much bounce, and he just contributed in spooning an easy catch to the man under the bat. And again, Melbourne, they are showing a lot of fragility in their lower order. The new batsman is Christopher Lamont. Christopher Lamont, as everybody knows, has been the heart and soul of their bowling. But today, he will be asked to do some batting. Kenroy Williams, the bowl, his first delivery to Lamont, who's back and punching this one down. There's no run, and that's the end of another successful over for the St. Thomas team and Kenroy Williams. The score now moves to 154 for the loss of 8 wickets. Again, St. Thomas, they are in their first final Senior Cup final in some 30 years. They're here, and they're showing that they belong here.
Yes, Gary, they are really doing well under the astute captaincy of Carlton Ball Jr. The diminutive batsman is really showing his experience here. I think he should have gotten a run in the Jamaica team. I mean, he's really making the right moves for the fielding positions to get these wickets. And not only that, he has been putting the fielders in the right position, the fielders have been taking the catches, the bowlers have been bowling the right areas. So a pretty good all-round performance by this St. Thomas team.
Yes, and like most things, or like cricket is normally, once you're getting wickets, you will keep, once the fielding team keeps getting wickets, they keep interested. They're interested. And they're always seeming as though they're interested. What is very instrumental for me was when there was the major partnership between Griffiths and Andre McCarthy. The St. Thomas team at no point in time seemed as though they dropped their heads. They kept coming at them as if to say, all we need is one wicket here. Once we get a wicket, we'll be in the money. And that has proven to be so, because since they got the wicket off Griffiths, they have been making steady inroads into the batting.
That's correct there, Mr. Scott. Now we have Mr. Wallace coming in from the Blue Mountain end, and he racks this batsman on the pad. It's Nikita Miller. The ball runs out into the mid-wicket region where there's no fielder at this time, and they trot off for a very easy single.
Again, Sean, I like what Carlton Ball Jr. is doing. What he has done, Nikita Miller on strike to the fast bowler, he has protected the boundaries. He knows Keano Wallace will bowl that off-stump line, taking the ball back into the right-handers. What he did there, he spread the field. He had a long off, long on, deep extra cover. He had a man on the square leg boundary, a deep mid-wicket, and he said, Nikita Miller, I will give you a single. I will not have you hit a boundary. I'll give you a single because I want to bowl to Christopher Lamont, which is what has happened here today. So Wallace, full-length delivery to Lamont, who pushes this one back down to the man at mid-off, and there is no run.
That's right, Kerry. Not only that, he is offering Nikita Miller this single, he also noticed the previous over when Nikita Miller went for that shot, that attempted hit over the top, and it inside edge for 4 runs. He knew that Nikita Miller is trying to look to get some quick runs, so he is spreading the field so that if the chance comes, they will look to get that advantage. Keano Wallace, on the other hand, the left-hander now on strike, he has no problems altering his line. He has now gone to that off-stump line for the left-hander, which is basically a leg stop line for the right-hander. No problem whatsoever. This bowler is really on spot and on target for the St. Thomas team. I'm sure Carlton Ball has no problems, and if he continues to probe on that line, he'll be successful.
So Wallace, short delivery to Lamont, who was had to get very high on that one. He got some amount of bat on it. He hit high on the bat, and it ran to the man at square leg, and there's no run. So the score here stays at 155 for the loss of 8 wickets. Melbourne, they're in some amount of bother. Nikita Miller and Christopher Lamont, they'll be asked to do some bowling, a lot of bowling, when Melbourne time comes to bowl. So, however, at this point in time, they're being asked to do some batting. And we're seeing the car park over at Kingston Cricket Club. It's filling up very nicely. And the atmosphere is a real nice, exciting, tense atmosphere here at Sabina Park. Keena Wallace to bowl to Lamont. Short ball. Lamont is getting on top of it. Runs it down to the man at gully. And that's the end of another over here at Sabina Park. Day 1 of this Senior Cup Finals between the Melbourne Cricket Club and St. Thomas Cricket Association. It is 155 for the loss of 8 wickets. Melbourne, they're really and truly struggling along here. St. Thomas, they're in the ascendancy. They worked hard all day long, Sean, and one must say that the fruits of their labor have proven to be exactly what the doctor has ordered.
Yes, Gary. This morning, Mr. Barr, you won the toss on what looked to be a flat batting track, and it still looks to be a flat batting track. However, the bowlers have to put the balls in the correct areas. And as St. Thomas bowlers have shown the discipline to continuously put that ball in that off-stump region for the Melbourne batsmen. They have had a challenge playing that delivery that has been landing between 2 stumps outside off-stump and that off-stump line. That's general error. They have really probed and troubled the Melbourne batsman all innings. Only McCarthy with 63 and McCarthy with 63 and Trevor and Griffiths, he made 55, were the only 2 batsmen that seemed to prosper on this wicket. They looked at no time in trouble. They were undone by via the LBW route, and they would like to try to impart some knowledge in the dressing room now on the next 2 batsmen that Melbourne has to bat.
It seems as though Nikita Miller is not afraid to take the singles and expose Christopher Lamont to the bowling. That would suggest that he has some confidence in his batting, and he wants to try and get as many runs as possible. What Carlton Bauer Jr. has done very well in this over with Nikita Miller on strike, he had a long off, a long on, a deep extra cover, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg. He had what I'd like to call an in and out feel. He has the men on the boundaries, but at the same time, he still retained the slip, and he also had a man under the bat, as if to say, just in case you want to play a little lazy for a defensive stroke and something happens, I could get a wicket here. And I think that is very astute captaincy by Carlton Bauer Jr. Kenroy Williams, on the other hand, this leg spinner, lanky leg spinner, bowls very quickly. Reminds me of Nagamutu, which is his nickname. He has bowled extremely well here today. And here he is bowling to Christopher Lamont. Lamont is forward and had to go on top of that one. It bounced on him a bit. He had to go on top of it, try and ride it down behind square. And this is a very attacking feel Carlton Bauer has. He has a slip, a man at leg gully, a man under the bat on the onside, short mid-wicket, short square leg. He doesn't have anybody at cover, which means he's looking for the drive, and this one driven, but he comes off the outer part of the bat of Lamont, and they go through for a single. I like the attacking nature that I'm seeing here from Carlton Bauer Jr. With just a delivery left in this over, it will be very interesting to see whether or not he will continue to protect the boundary with Nikita Miller on strike, or will he bring the players up looking to bowl to Lamont at the start of the next over. And like I said, that is what he's doing. He's bringing the fielders up to try and keep Nikita Miller on strike.
That's correct. Kerry has also moved that man from Silly Point to that short leg region for Nikita Miller. Here is the man they call Nagamutu from St. Thomas's into bowl to Melbourne's captain Nikita Miller, who's driving this one over the top of mid-on. Almost caught there. This ball, he runs away down to the boundary, but it doesn't go. They take 2 runs. That was a very good effort there by the man at mid-on, but it was not to be. The ball had enough pace on it to take it just over that man at mid-on, and he got 2 runs safely. Nikita Miller is taking his chances. He needs and he knows that he has to put some runs on the board, because this St. Thomas team, they have a lot of batsmen, and he has to make it as competitive as possible, so he'll take all his chances.
Again, Sean, excellent effort there by, it seems, it was Kashane Roberts. Very, 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 very excellent attempt to take that catch. Nikita Miller, he tried to go over the top, and Kashane Roberts got just, he didn't get enough of the right hand on it. He went with one hand, tried to pluck it out of the air, and he was able to get away with it, Nikita Miller. And the start of this over, Keano Wallace, he's bowling to Christopher Lamont. Lamont is back and pushing this one to the onside. He looks a very confident player when he's defending, Sean, Christopher Lamont. He doesn't seem at all as if he is perturbed by bowling of Keano Wallace. Keano Wallace, I'm sure, will want to try and sneak one of his Yorkers in. Here he is, to bowl to Lamont. Oh, again, that Yorker length delivery, Sean. Seems as though I'm right on the money this morning.
You're right on the money, Kerry, and Keano Wallace is not giving you any trouble at all to do commentary today. I mean, you could easily commentate in the future with Keano Wallace, because you can definitely know where he's going to bowl this next delivery.
So Keano Wallace, after bowling that Yorker, I'm going to try. If I get it right this time, I'll buy the lotto. Keano Wallace, I'm sure he's going to bowl a short of a length delivery. And yes, he does. And this one beaten outside the off stump. Oh my God, I'm on a roll, Sean.
That's right, Kerry. I told you we could have done some futuristic commentating with this type of St. Thomas attack. The plan is clear. Off stump to the Melbourne batsman. They have been fishing all day. They are in one-day mode, and they think that they have to play these shots. I mean, apart from watching the opener Griffiths, I haven't seen any other batsman who has played any leaves. They have been fishing all day. I mean, this ball was just bowled by Keano Wallace, and it was a real good bumper. The batsman, Mr. Lamont, he left that one. He leaned back and left that short ball that was taken easily by Carlton Ball. But the batsman at Melbourne, Kerry, they need to leave some of those balls outside the off stump. It would suit them a lot to leave alone instead of trying to get bat onto ball when it's so wide from them.
I like this testing period of cricket that we're seeing here. Here is Wallace, the ball to Lamont, and a full toss. Lamont drives this one down to the man at mid-off, and they can't score a run. Again, Lamont, he seems a little bit late on these deliveries. That was a gentle full toss that he did not put away. It seemed as though it came on him a little bit quicker than he thought. But again, I like this period of cricket. It's intense, and the players who are able to get out of this particular period will be more than likely the ones who will go on to get some fruits going forward. So that's the end of over number 42. At the end of it, the Melbourne team, they are on 159 for the loss of 8 wickets. The not-out batsmen are captain Nikita Miller. He's there on 10, and with him is Christopher Lamont. He's on 1. The batsmen to go thus far are Tariq White. He was the first to go. He went without score. Stephen Taylor was next. He went for 7. Trevon Griffith, he was the third wicket to go. He went for 55. Andre McCarthy, he was LBW to Kenroy Williams for 63. He has been the top scorer thus far. Sadiq Bolt is the 5th batsman to go. He was LBW to Keano Wallace. He went for 8. Javel Glenn, the young leg spinner, also a very capable batsman. He went LBW just before lunch. He went for 4. Omar Allison was brilliantly caught at point. He was the 7th wicket. And Nepal Watson, he was the last man to go, LBW to Keano Wallace. And he didn't add much more than 1 to the scoring. So Kenroy Williams will continue from the George Headley end, and he'll be bowling to Nikita Miller. Williams, again, back of a length, spinning just outside the off stump. Nikita Miller lets this one go by. He is aware that they're looking to try and get him out, caught either under the bat or playing at one outside the off stump to try and get him caught at slip. Kenroy Williams, he has done extremely well thus far. Here he is, the bowl to Nikita Miller. This one is flighted and spinning, beautifully bowled there. That ball was classic leg spinner's delivery. He flighted it just outside the off stump, and it spun away and bounced. Nikita Miller didn't bother to play. Here is Williams, man they call Nagamoto, hailing from Yala St. Thomas. And this one is hit down to the man at deep extra cover, and they go through for a single. It seems Devon Thomas is the man feeling out there, just in front of Kingston Creek Club, and the score moves to 160 for the loss of 8.
Yes, Gary. And if you have noticed, Carlton Ball moved the player that was at bat pad just now over to the offside of the field because he obviously is bowling that off stump line with Nagamutu. Now, the left-hander, Christopher Lamont, is on strike. Let's see what the plan is. The bat pad hasn't moved, so we assume that he's going to penetrate the middle to leg stump line. This ball has landed just outside off. Lamont goes for a brilliant extra cover drive and misses completely. The appeal goes up, but there's a shot of not out by the umpire Atul Hamilton. His partner today is Verdane Smith, the man from Old Harbour. They have done a good job so far this morning. Here is Williams. He's in, and Lamont is on the back foot and pushing this one out to cover where they run for a very easy single in the end. And we see these batsmen both looking a bit comfortable. They need to press on for this Melbourne team to post anything of a what we would call a competitive target on this flat Sabina Park track today in the JCA Senior Cup 2016 Finals, which is being streamed for the very first time by our technical team, Juice TV. My name is Sean Johnson again. I want to say good day to everyone. My co-commentator, Kerry Scott, formerly of Kingston Cricket Club and KC. Everybody know the Purples, Kingston College. This ball is driven down to long on by Nikita Miller, and a single is taken to end the over. Good one for the Melbourne team. They picked up just about 3 runs out of that over. And in the context of the game, that was a good over for them because this probing St. Thomas attack, bowling attack, is not letting up.
And I want to say a good afternoon to one Sean Grant, who just came into the commentary box area. A man who I've done a lot of work with in the past. I thought that he would have been here with me at least for an hour today, but I guess he has other things to do. Good afternoon, Sean. So we're back here at Sabina Park. Again, a very keen contest. Here is Keno Wallace. He's up to bowl to Nikita Miller, and this one is outside the off stump and he lets it go. He thought about playing, but again he decided against it, and score stays at 162 for the loss of 8 wickets. And the St. Thomas team, they have done extremely well this morning. Melbourne only needs a run to equal what St. Thomas bowled Kingston Creek Club out for in the semi-finals. Melbourne, a team, was scored 400 runs this season. Nikita Miller, this one outside the off stump again. Keno Wallace, good area. Nikita Miller had to come down very quickly on that one. He pushed it to, it seems...
that man at cover. That's
I'll get you his name in very short order. He goes by the name Bulldozer.
That's right, because he looks like a bulldozer.
And in some parts of St. Thomas, they even call him Cheese Tricks.
That's right.
Cheese Tricks is one of those snacks here in Jamaica for our international viewers. Nikita Miller whips this one disdainfully over the top, down to the boundary, square leg boundary, and it goes into the fence for 4. Sean, that was a hit of a man who just played it with scant regard.
Yes, he did play that shot with scant regard. But what I would like to emphasize is that shot was a very, very risky shot. In the end, he got 4 runs, but I know Keno Wallace would be smiling with the shot that he played because he had no choice but to take that much risk. His Wallace in again, and this ball is pitched up and driven down to the mid-on area where they scramble through quickly for a single. As we know, it's coming up to the end of the over, and Nikita Miller wants most of the strike, so he is in all the hurry to take every single run that he can get. Lamont now is going on strike to Wallace. The field changes over. Their bat pad is now coming in. That is your guy, Bulldozer. Wallace is in.
This one is turned into the outside by Lamont. It goes through for a quick single. Gavin Brown comes across from the mid-on region to field. Gavin Brown, a fast bowler who played first-class cricket this year for Jamaica. I think he played a single game last season. This season, I think he played 2 or 3 games. Left-arm fast bowler, hailing from St. Thomas. White Horses in St. Thomas. He's one of those youngsters who was picked up through the local JPL T20 competition. It was never seen before that time. Some 3 seasons ago, I remember I was the manager for the Spanish Town Titans, Sean, when he was selected in the squad. The very first time we saw him, we said, this youngster has real talent. At the time, he was coming off about 10 steps. Very small man. We thought, okay, let's see what you have. The very first delivery we saw from him, it was like lightning bolt coming down on the batsman. And we thought to ourselves that this is one for the future. He has not disappointed thus far. Only challenge with him, though, Sean, I think he just needs to lose a little bit more weight. Because once you go into the first class, start playing regularly at the first class level and at the international level, you have to be fit. This ball is a full toss, driven to the man at short cover by Nikita Miller. Wallace looks a bit jaded, Sean. He does not look the same. I think he's now in his 6th over of this spell. And one believes that maybe he may have bowled 1 over too many.
And I would tend to agree with you on that, Kerry. But he has really been accurate. He has worked with the plans asked by his captain. And he has gotten 2 wickets. He has removed the batsman and wicketkeeper Nepal Watson. No, Nepal was the one that was caught at a bat pad. Right, off Kenroy Williams.
He got Sadiqi Bolt.
Right, and he got Omar Allison out. So, he has been rewarded. He's looking a bit tired now, but I'm yet to see what Mr. Ball has in plan. Now we look at the leg spinner back from the George and the Bulls. This one is short on the leg stump, and Lamont pulls this one, but it's played off the shortish end of the bat, and it ricochets off that man that was at a leg gully position.
It's like Marvin Darlington.
Right. He, took that one on the shoulder, took one for the team there. He shrugs that one off and he moves into a new position, into cover with the new batsman on strike, Nikita Miller.
I think he stopped what would have been a sure 4, Sean. But nonetheless, Williams, flighty delivery to Miller, who's forward offensively, and the ball trickles back down the pitch to Kenroy Williams, the man who was at the Silly Point region. He has now gone across to the Cinnamidon region. Here is Williams at the top of his mark to bowl to Nikita Miller. This one again is short and outside the off stump. Miller let it go by. That seems as though it was the attempted flipper. It skidded through a little bit faster than the others. It didn't turn any at all. He's giving Nikita Miller a lot of different things to look at. Seems someone who has a lot of weapons in his armory. Here he is to bowl to Miller. And Miller is back and turning this one past the man at slip. And Gavin Brown at point. He came across quickly, but he could not stop the single. And it brings Christopher Lamont back on strike. Nikita Miller, he moves now to 18. Lamont, he has crept up to 4. And the score keeps inching closer and closer to 200. It's now 178, a loss of 8 wickets. Remember, this pair started at 155, so they've done very well thus far. Flighty delivery here by Kenroy Williams, and forward is Christopher Lamont, the man on the bat fields. There's no run. Again, we're in over number 45. Kenroy Williams, man they call Nagamoto, from Yalas St. Thomas. Here he is. Flighty delivery. Lamont drives. It gets the outer part of the edge. It runs down to the third man boundary. And Shane Roberts from slip. He's in pursuit. They go through for 1. They come back for the second. They won't think about the third. The ball slows up and comes in. And it's a 1 bounce back to the keeper. That's the end of over number 45 here at Sabina Park. At the end of it, the scores move on to, I think it's 172. I think I was wrong before. The score before now it was 170. It's 172 for the loss of 8 wickets. And this partnership, Sean, has moved on to 17. And they're looking like they want to press on some more.
That's right, Kerry Scott. And I mean, with the experience of Nikita Miller, all that first-class experience that he has brought to this Melbourne setup, he knows how to string partnerships together. He has done it many times for Jamaica, and he's now showing us how his experience can also be put into this JCA Senior Cup Finals for his team Melbourne. He is facing still up to the fast bowler Keno Wallace, who is given another over by a Carlton ball. This field for Nikita Miller now has gone into one-day mode. It's a very, very spread field. Third man, fine leg, deep square leg, deep extra cover, very deep point, long on, long off. I mean, it is clear that Carlton Ball is offering Nikita Miller a single, and he wants to bowl mostly to the left-handed batsman Lamont.
But what is very interesting, Nikita Miller has no problems giving Christopher Lamont the strike. Here is Wallace to bowl to Nikita Miller, who comes back and turns this into the offside. They go through for a single. Again, Sean, that was the second delivery of the over, and Nikita Miller came back, opened the face, ran it into the offside, took the single. Christopher Lamont is now back on strike. As I said before, what we've seen since this partnership has started, Nikita Miller has had no issues giving Christopher Lamont the strike. Christopher Lamont, again, Sean, has not shown any weaknesses in his defense. One believes whenever he tries to score, that is when he normally offers a half chance or so. But outside of that, his defense has looked very solid. And with the bowling of Keno Wallace seeming a little bit more lackluster than it was before, he doesn't seem perturbed. Again, he comes back and punches this one sweetly, but it's stopped by the man at point. Looks like Jamie Trenchfield. Was sweetly timed there, Sean. Christopher Lamont came back, and you saw him again rehearsing the stroke, which means he really enjoyed playing that one.
Well, you can tell that he's enjoying his batting now. You know, Wallace is getting a bit tired, and the ball is not coming down with as much pace as when he just got to the wicket. So Lamont is really getting confident here, and he left that ball alone, touching down outside the off stump with confidence. You know, that right foot of his was right down to the wicket, and you know, you can see that the batsman, the captain has shown him that, you know, I am confident in you. So he is, you know, in turn showing his captain good faith. The Melbourne team is now at 173 for 8. This is the 46th over of the JCA Senior Cup Finals. Here is Wallace into Lamont, and Lamont is driving comfortably down to mid-off, but there is no run taken.
Very broad face. Everyone looking down can see the maker's name to that stroke. Christopher Lamont again, Sean, he looks as though he looks like the type of player who's saying, look, I am here to win this. I'm here to win this for my club. I'm going to give it my all. I'm not going to be doing anything stupid. I'm going to play as basic as I can. And it's paying dividends for him. Here is Wallace. Both again, a Yorker length delivery. And Lamont was equal to the task. He came down very quickly at that one. It shaped back into him. Normally, he gets the ball to go away. But that one shaped back into him. Yorker length delivery. And he squeezed it out into the offside, into the onside. Didn't get a single. But again, he was very, 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 very strong in defense. And that's the end of over number 46. At the end of it, Melbourne, there are 173 for the loss of 8 wickets. And again, one must say that we're seeing a keen contest here. We're seeing two teams who are vying for a championship, and what we're getting from both teams is a very, very solid performance. We're seeing excellent bowling by the St. Thomas team, excellent tactics by their captain, and what we're seeing is sturdy, stellar batsmanship from the captain of the Melbourne cricket team, Nikita Miller.
He has no choice right now, Kerry, but to put down his head, as we would say in Jamaica, and bat for long periods to try to put up a score that will really help his team Melbourne to challenge this strong batting lineup of the St. Thomas Cricket Association. Here is Williams in again from the Georgia distant end, and his ball is touching down right outside the off stump. Nikita Miller is back and plays a stroke looking to score in the offside. The ball misses and is collected by a ball. Williams is back at his run-up, putting some revs on that ball here. He's in again to bowl to Nikita Miller, and this ball is pitching outside off stump and left alone easily by Nikita Miller. That ball was a bit wide. The plan with a silly point, a slip, a point, a cover, long off, almost on the boundary in Jamie Trenchfield, and a deep extra cover in front of the Kingston Cricket Club stand. Williams is in again, and Miller is fishing outside the off stump. That ball could have easily been touching that bat and sending him to slip.
What is instrumental here for me, Sean? Immediately after that stroke was played by Nikita Miller, Christopher Lamont called him for a mid-wicket talk, or a mid-pitch talk. What that is saying to me is that even though you're the captain, I'm still saying to you, hey, look, remember the plan, remember what we spoke about. We need to stick to the plan, and let us see what kind of approach Nikita Miller will take right after. And again, Nikita Miller is forward in defense. It seems as though he took what Christopher Lamont came to him and said to him in the right context, and we saw where he just went back to defending, ensure that he didn't do anything risky to lose a wicket at this point in time.
Right. The score remains on 173 for 8. This over being bowled by the leg spinner from St. Thomas, Ken Roy Williams. He's in to bowl to Nikita Miller, who is on strike. This ball is pitching outside off, and Nikita Miller is back and defending it, fielded by the man at silly point. Very sunny day here in Kingston. It's a bit windy. We've had some rains in the past couple of days. I'm not sure if there'll be rain today, but let's hope there's not. Here is Williams again. There's an appeal. There's a run taken. The umpire says not out. He signals a leg by, so that ball hit pad, but apparently it was pitching outside leg. Not the usual line that we see based on the strategy that the St. Thomas team has. Tried to play that one on the front leg. In partnerships, even though the senior batsman is there with all that experience, sometimes the junior batsman can pick up on the slack, because Nikita Miller wasn't really paying attention. He wasn't aware that the run was on, and Lamont came down like a hare out of his blocks, and he got that leg by. Very good cricket here being played by the Melbourne batsman.
Yes, and you saw at the start of the over, when Nikita Miller was a little bit rash in his approach, Christopher Lamont came to him and had a quick chat with him. What that is telling me is that Christopher Lamont is attuned to what is happening today. This ball is pitched up by Wallace again. He's in his 8th over, Sean. He's really and truly putting in a workload today.
Yes, he is putting in a workload. And I mean, it's obvious Carlton Ball trusts Mr. Wallace, because he has been probing on that off-stump line all day. He is now bowling from the half a tree end, but this morning when he was bowling from the George Ellis stand, and it wasn't anything different. He got the edge of Tariq White with some probing deliveries that were just on off stump line and leaving Mr. White, and Tariq edged for naught, and he continued his work. He's now bowling at the other end, the southern end and the northern end, I should say, and he has been doing the same thing. This ball is pitched up to Nikita Miller, who drives, and it's the fielder at mid-wicket got a bad bounce and he got 2 runs. Very good batting here by the Melbourne skipper. He is now into the 20s, and Melbourne is at 176 for 8. Here is Wallace into Miller, and this ball is short, and Miller is on the back foot and playing this one up to cover. There is no run. Sensible cricket here being played by the Melbourne batsman. They know they're in a precarious position. The skipper, it's all on his shoulders. He has to get them out of this rut. 176 on a nice flat batting track at Sabina Park is no trouble for this St. Thomas team, I think. But runs on the board are already runs on the board, and he continues to put on some more with this sensible batting. Here is Wallace into bowl and a full toss, and he hits it straight to cover and is out caught. That was a poor shot indeed from the Melbourne skipper. It seems as if the ball came on the outer half of the bat. He tried to close that bat face too quickly, and at cover by that bulldozer man that you were talking about in the last over or so, Kerry, and I think that was what really causes his downfall.
Yes, indeed. You could have seen the last couple of overs that his concentration was waning. Christopher Lamont, as the junior partner, lower order batsman, he tried to do as much as he could to talk to him, to get him to understand, to remember, to focus. However, you could see what was coming, what was going to happen. What would have helped Nikita Miller is if he was able to survive to the break. We're talking about it's 3 more minutes or so to the break, to the first water break after the session. One believes that at that point in time, what Nikita Miller should have tried to do, at least in the overs before now, is to try and ensure that the St. Thomas bowlers did not get an opportunity to bowl as many overs as they have done so far. St. Thomas, they have been all over the place. They have been up and at him. They're in their faces. They're bowling. They're moving very quickly around. They're getting around. So what I think Nikita Miller could have done was to slow things down, to try and ensure that they get as little overs as possible in. So this delivery, first delivery, faced by O'Shane Thomas, it got the outside edge, and it dropped just in front of the keeper, Carlton Ball Jr. Keena Wallace again, Sean. Again, I was saying that, maybe Keena Wallace could have taken a rest. But again, he has come up trumps to get them that breakthrough that they needed.
Yes, Kerry. I know we see a revitalized Keena Wallace as he got the wicket. As you know, bowlers, they get so much energy when they are getting wickets or bowling well. I mean, he was probing on that off-stump line. He got the wicket of the Melbourne captain, and now he is bowling to O'Shane Thomas. He is still bowling straight as ever. That ball touched down outside the off-stump and was missed on the bounce. It was taken on the bounce by Carlton Ball. That other ball delivery was a dot ball there, right on the mid-stump, and Wallace has gotten some 4 wickets for all his work that he has put in. Really tall and good fast bowler from St. Thomas. I mean, I like the persistence by Carlton Ball. He is really doing well with captaincy today. He has managed his troops well. He has bowled them in tandem, bowled Wallace in tandem with the leg spinner, which we know as cricketers that as a fast bowler, bowling with the spinner is not an easy task, because the spinner gets through his overs so quickly that you have to be back and bowling and running in again. Melbourne are now still 176 for 9. Here is the leg spinner Williams into bowl to Lamont, and when Lamont is down the wicket and looking to play this one on the onside, he missed the ball. That ball got some bounce on it. Williams saw him coming. Lamont left his base a bit early. Williams dragged down that delivery and it bounced, took Lamont took it on the hip area and it fell on the pitch, so he was in no danger of being stumped. That was a good delivery there by the leg spinner Williams. Now the Melbourne batsman number 9 and number 10 and number 11 meet mid pitch for a discussion. I don't know what they will be talking about. I guess O'Shane is telling Lamont, settle down. Let's see how much we can get out of this partnership. So Lamont settles in. He's back into his position. The leg spinner Williams is about to deliver. He is coming up now to the crease and he delivers his ball, which is a faster ball and it's short, and Lamont is back and pulling this one down to the deep mid-wicket region. It's really forward a square, but the fielder makes it look so easy. That's Devon Thomas there in front of the Kingston Cricket Club stand. They get a single, puts the new man O'Shane Thomas on strike. He's a tall left-handed fast bowler from Melbourne. This ball is on the off stump and he's playing this one with a closed face. It runs down to the onside of the pitch. He seemed to close the bat face a bit early on that one, not playing closely with bat and pad either, but the right thing is that he survived. Here is Williams again to Thomas, and Thomas is back, and this one was short, playing this one up to the man at mid-off, which no run is taken. He is looking a bit comfortable with the ball on the shorter side. I'm sure Williams has noticed this, and he will intend to do something about it. Here is Williams again to Thomas, and Williams is in, and this ball is up to the bat. Thomas looking more comfortable this trip playing the spinner. Plays it up the pitch, and there's still no run. Scores is at 177 for 9 wickets. This Melbourne team struggling today to cope with the line of the St. Thomas team, and this delivery is down the leg side. A sweep is played. Runs have been taken. Let's see what the umpire signals. The umpire signals a bye, and they have taken 2 of them. That moves the score to 179 for 9, and that is the end of another over by the leg spinner, Kenroy Williams.
Yeah, and again, what I saw in that over was Kenroy Williams losing patience. Because it's a number 11, we saw where he was trying to beat him with pace rather than trying to beat him with flight and guile. I think what he needs to concentrate on doing is not to lose patience, but to continue to test. What I've found, being somebody who used to bowl a little bit of leg spin senior cup level, is that when your tail enders come, what has always worked for me is that a couple nice looping leg spinners, especially to left-handers. You have the guys out, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, for that slug sweep, and then I look to go a bit higher again. However, this time I try the googly going away from them, because they will always be looking to aim for that leg side, deep mid-wicket side. So I think maybe what Williams needs to try and do is to try and tempt the number 11 into playing that slug sweep, and the only way he can do that is by giving the ball a little bit of air.
Right, Kerry. I mean, these are not top order batsmen, and the number 11s will always be tempted to take a hit. This is now a single taken off a ball that was pitched up and driven out to mid-off by Lamont. He is looking still confident, while at the crease he has taken the score to 180 for the loss of 9 wickets. O'Shane is the man on strike now to both of the fast bowler Keno Wallace, and this ball is driven up over mid-off. They are only going to get a single. That was some poor running there by the Melbourne batsman. I think he was thinking more about the look of the shot instead of the bigger picture, which is to run. They are going to have a discussion now between himself and Lamont. I think they are going to talk about that run, that opportunity that they missed out on just now.
Yeah, I think what Carlton Broad Jr. can look to do going forward is to maybe give Keno Wallace a rest and try a couple from the off spinner, Marvin Darlington, to the left-handers. I believe that may give them something different to look at. which may, cause them to maybe play across one. With the right arm with the off spinners bowling around the wicket to the left-handers, they open up a lot more areas to get the players out. You're talking about if they can get the ball to spin away from them, they touch down outside the off stump, get the ball to spin away. You're looking at going out caught behind, going out caught cover, and also the ball that runs down that can get them out leg before. Keenan Wallace, however, bowls this one straight, and then Lamont is coming down on it. He looks very confident. He walked down into that stroke, which means that he's now at the top of his game. He's now the senior partner out there, and he's looking like a middle order batsman rather than a number 10.
That's right, Kerry. And he was showing signs of that just before his captain Nikita Miller was dismissed. He is showing promise here. He is keeping his head steady when playing those strokes, looking on the delivery right through till when the ball gets to the bat. Keenan Wallace, though, is equal to the task. He is putting those deliveries right up to the wicket at Yorker length and getting the batsman playing at all those deliveries. We are up for a break. It is the first water break after lunch. The score is Melbourne Cricket Club 181 for 9 against the St. Thomas Cricket Association in the finals of the JCA Senior Cup for 2016. Giving you a recap, Tariq White, he went for naught. Stephen Taylor, LBW Gavin Brown for 7. Trevon Griffiths, LBW Gavin Brown 55. The score at that time was 123 for 3. Andre McCarthy, the Jamaica batsman, was LBW to the spinner Kenroy Williams. That was his first wicket for 63. Sadiq Bolt, brother of Usain Bolt, was LBW to the fast bowler Keenan Wallace for 8. Javel Glenn, just before lunch, he was LBW to the spinner Kenroy Williams for 4. Omar Allison, he was LBW to the fast bowler Keenan Wallace. Nikita Miller, the captain, he was just out by Keenan Wallace also. Nepal Watson, he was caught at bat pad bowling off Kenroy Williams. And the not-out batsman at the wicket is Christopher Lamont and O'Shane Thomas. Lamont is there on 9 and Thomas is there on 1. The bowling by St. Thomas, it has been really accurate today. Carlton Ball, the former Melbourne player, he has been mobilizing his troops, having them bowl to their plan, which is mostly outside off stump. Their plans changed somewhat when Nikita Miller came to the wicket. He was manipulating the balls in very vacant areas. He had no issues giving the strike to Christopher Lamont, and that enabled Lamont to grow in confidence. And what we have seen is that Lamont is batting now as, a top order batsman. The Melbourne team looking to go on for another title. They are trying to post a very competitive score here. They're struggling somewhat. It seems as if it's a flat batting track here at Sabina Park. The sun is out, the people are out, and I think you all should come down to take in some of this action of these very exciting finals. I mean, these two teams have a lot of history. This is the first time that St. Thomas Cricket Association has been to a finals. This is the first time that this finals is being streamed live from out of Jamaica. So a lot of history taking place here. We are resuming after a water break. Carlton Ball has made one change to the bowling. It's Marvin Darlington operating from the George Endley stand end, bowling around the wicket to the number 11 batsman, O'Shane Thomas. O'Shane is forward and playing this delivery into the mid-wicket region, which is picked up by the fielder, thrown in back to Marvin Darlington.
No, I'm now very much of the opinion that the things that we're saying here somebody's bringing him back to Carlton Ball Jr. I said just before the break that what would be needed is the off spinner bowling around the wicket to the left-handers. And alas, immediately after the break, Marvin Darlington, the off spinner, bowling around the wicket to the left-handers. And right away, he's really challenging them a little bit more than we saw from Kenroy Williams, because Darlington, he bowls a little bit quicker, but he does get the ball to spin away from the left-handers, and he does get the ball to bounce somewhat. Again, he's hit on the pad, he's allowed appeal, and he's gone.
Very good decision there by umpire Atal Hamilton. That ball was dead on stumps from around the wicket from Marvin Darlington. The number 11 batsman, O'Shane Thomas, goes LBW. This delivery was pitching on middle, hitting middle, and not moving anywhere but middle. And the umpire had no hesitation in sending the number 11 Melbourne batsman to the dressing room. They are now all out for 181 runs. And the St. Thomas team and Carlton Ball Jr. must be pleased with this score. They have worked assiduously at getting these Melbourne batsmen out. They have probed, they have brought in the bowling changes at the correct times. Carlton Ball bowled his fast bowlers in different spells using Gavin Brown and Keano Wallace, and they have somewhat brought the rewards as quickly as they could. The Melbourne batsmen, they tried to hold off. The top scorer coming from Andrew McCarthy, he was gone for 63, and Trevor Griffiths for 55. They are the only two batsmen who did not struggle in this innings. We have seen where the pitch is not really spinning. It is good for batting. The outfield is so far lush green. We have had some rains in the last couple of days, so it's not really as fast as one would expect. But the batsmen have been playing some, shots that it seems that the deliveries of from the St. Thomas bowlers have been touching down in all the right areas, giving these batsmen trouble, and they have failed to capitalize on somewhat of a good start. At one point, they were at 123 for 3 when the batsman Trevor Griffiths was dismissed LBW, and it all went down from there. They lost 5 wickets for a mere 49 runs.
Yes, and what I've realized, Sean, is that the persistency of the St. Thomas bowling has really and truly been the Achilles heel for the Melbourne batting. I think that they were very, very good in terms of how they probed. I think they were very good with their plans, their field placement. I think we saw from the St. Thomas team, a complete team effort, a complete team plan all coming together. We saw a lot of spirit in the outfield. We saw people diving a lot to get their hands on everything. They chased every single ball to the fence. We saw a team that was hungry. Now, in my opinion, yes, one may say that pitch looks very flat, not a lot of sideways movement, a lot of spin on the pitch. But in my opinion, Sean, I think that 181 runs here on this pitch, knowing that Melbourne has Nikita Miller, Christopher Lamont, I believe that 181 runs will be very competitive for the St. Thomas batting. When I looked at the St. Thomas batting last week, the key for the St. Thomas team were Jamie Trenchfield and Carlton Ball Jr. What that is telling me is that the top order, if they do not come good in this game, if they do not come good in this innings, Nikita Miller and Christopher Lamont could have a field day. Unlike the St. Thomas team that has a battery of fast bowlers, what we will see from the Melbourne team is I'm almost sure we will see Nikita Miller, Christopher Lamont coming into the attack very early, because they are going to be the people who will give the St. Thomas batting a lot of challenges. They will ask a lot of questions.
That's right, Kerry. We will be going for a short 10-minute break while the teams interchange. The score, as we said, Melbourne asked to take strike from by St. Thomas. They are 181 runs for the loss of all 10 wickets, and they will resume batting in another couple of minutes. We should return. I am Sean Johnson, and my co-commentator Kerry Scott will be right back.
So we're back here again at Sabina Park. We will be seeing the St. Thomas reply to Melbourne's first innings. Melbourne got 181 in their first innings, due largely to Andre McCarthy, who top scored with 63. And the second top scorer was Trevon Griffith. He got 55. Got some useful contributions from Nikita Miller. He scored, I think it was 22. A very useful partnership in the end between himself and Christopher Lamont. The chief destroyer for this St. Thomas team was Keena Wallace. He picked up 4 wickets. And there was Kenroy Williams. He got 3 wickets. So we're seeing here the St. Thomas openers as they stride out to the middle. Again, our umpires in the middle today are Verdane Smith and Athol Hamilton. Both are first-class umpires. They're what we call top-grade umpires in Jamaica. And they have seen many of finals, and we thought it was only fitting that your umpires who are of the highest ilk are the ones who see out a final of this nature. So we're about ready to begin, and O'Shane Thomas, he will pick up the bowling for the Melbourne team, and he'll be bowling to, seems the opener is Kashane Roberts. The field is set, 3 slips at gully, a man at point, a man at mid-off, mid-on, and a man at fine leg. Here's Wallace. This one bounces short outside the off stump, and the batsman lets it go through. Goes through to the wicket keeper, Nepal, a youngster. He says he wants to follow in the footsteps of Carlton Bott Jr. Well, he would have had a lot to watch in the innings of the Melbourne team. He saw Carlton Bott Jr. taking 3 catches. Here is Thomas. Comes up, and this one is hitting over the top, and that's 4. That ball was short and outside the off stump. The batsman had no difficulty in helping it over the man at gully, and it runs down to the third man fence for 4. A good start so far for the St. Thomas team, and not too good of a start for Melbourne. So the score now is 4 without loss, and we're still in the first over. And this game promises to be a very intriguing one, which I'm sure at some point in time, Nikita Miller and Christopher Lamont, when they pick up the ball, we will see a lot of fireworks. This one from Thomas outside the off stump, and it's defended. So a better delivery from O'Shane Thomas. That delivery was pitched just outside the off stump. It dragged back a little, and the batsman had to come down very quickly in defending it. Thomas, I'm sure you would like to get some early inroads for his Melbourne team. His captain, Nikita Miller, who's standing at first slip. Here is Thomas. He comes up, bowls, and this one is down the leg side and worked away down to the fine leg region. And Christopher Lamont comes off the fine leg fence, and a leg by is signaled by umpire Verdane Smith. The score now moves to 5 without loss. And this puts, I think this is it? I'll get the name of the other opener for you in just a while. But nonetheless, Melbourne, they're looking very spirited out there. A lot of hands clapping. They look keen. Here is O'Shane Thomas. Comes up, bowls this one short, and the batsman had to get himself out of the way very quickly. And that one was very sharp, Sean. It really and truly came through at a very precarious height. The batsman had to get himself out of the way very quickly.
That's right, Gary. Really good fast bowling here from the young man O'Shane Thomas. He is really running in from the Blue Mountain end, and we're seeing the St. Thomas batsman ducking, trying to get behind get out of the way of that delivery. Kashane is on strike to O'Shane, and O'Shane runs in, and this ball is up, and he's playing this delivery out into the outside, and they take off for a single. The ball is misfielded. There was a chance of a run out, but the young man Javel Glenn was running in from point. He took his eye off the ball for a moment and completely missed it. So the batsmen were safe. They crossed for a single, and the score goes up to 6 without loss. St. Thomas is replying to the Melbourne score of 181 all out. So that was the first over completed. And what are we seeing here, Kerry? The Melbourne team is opening with spin. It seems to be Christopher Lamont who is taking the new ball, sharing it with the fast bowler O'Shane Thomas. Nikita Miller is marshalling his troops from slip. There is a long leg, orthodox mid-wicket, mid-on, silly point. No, that's not a silly point. That's a bat pad there, right? A man at cover, a man at extra cover, a man at backward point, and a man at mid-off. So Christopher Lamont is bowling from the George Endley stand end, and he's bowling left arm around to the right-handed opening batsman from St. Thomas. And this ball is playing forward, and there's no run. Well bowled, this ball was pitched right up onto the middle stump.
So I just got some information. The opening batsmen are actually Ken Roy and Kevin Williams. So Ken Roy Williams, the leg spinner, he's also the opening batsman.
Thank you for that bit of information there,
He's
Kerry.
on strike. Ken Roy is on strike now. And that one from Christopher Lamont. An arm ball, it seemed. It came back into the right-hander. He had to come down very quickly on it. And this, I believe, is a very interesting move by Nikita Miller to begin with his left-arm spinner, Christopher Lamont. Christopher Lamont, however, has been the chief destroyer for the Melbourne team this season. Coming into this game, he had 19 wickets. This one is hit through mid-wicket. They go through for one. They'll come back for the second. Tariq White is in pursuit. And a strong throw comes back into the wicketkeeper. And 2 more runs added to the score, which now moves to 7 without loss. We're in over number 2. Again, this St. Thomas team, Sean, they like to play shots. And one would have thought that we would have seen Kashane Roberts opening the batting as normal. And this one is hit high and hard. And it goes down to the mid-wicket boundary, and it crashes into the ropes about now. And that's 4 runs to Ken Roy Williams. He's not known, Sean, to be an attacking player, but it seems as though he has come out here today looking in an attacking mood.
That's right, Kerry. And with 181 runs on the board, they have promoted Ken Roy to the top of the order to do exactly that. This is an interesting strategy from the St. Thomas team. I think Melbourne wasn't expecting to see Ken Roy at the top of the innings. They were looking for Mr. Roberts, that's a Kashane type. But they didn't see him. It's a strangling leg spinner, Mr. Williams, Ken Roy, who is at the top of the order, and he is looking to put some impetus into this St. Thomas innings, and they're off and running at 12 without loss after 2 overs. Bowling again from the Blue Mountain end is O'Shane Thomas. He is the young fast bowler from Melbourne, running in to bowl to Kevin, and this ball is short, and Kevin is back and pushing it into the mid-wicket region where there is no run. Carry this field set by Nikita Miller. There are 3 slips, a gully, a point. There is a man stationed there at bat pad in Omar Allison. He's a bit deep. A regulation mid-on in Sadiqi Bolt, and Tariq White at mid-off. Fine leg is Christopher Lamont. He is stationed down there, not a fast bowler, he's actually the left arm spinner. Here is Thomas into bowl to Kevin, and Kevin is back and pushing this one into the offside where there is no run, fielded by Tariq White. This Melbourne team is a really young team. Nikita Miller is the most experienced player. They lost Carlton Ball, who is playing for the opposition in St. Thomas, and I'm sure if he was playing for Melbourne, they would have that and distinct advantage coming into this final. Umpires, Atal Hamilton and Verdine Smith, they are the ones in charge. Here is Thomas into Williams, and he's flashing outside the half stump, and this one has whistled past goalie. He runs down to the boundary to the South Camp Road end for 4 runs. That was a brilliant shot there, and the fans are really cheering on the St. Thomas team. I'm not sure if we're in St. Thomas or Kingston. Where are we, Kerry?
Yes, it would seem as though, as I said earlier, this St. Thomas contingent, they are very, very, very vibrant set of people. And when you look into the North Stand, Sean, it's looking far more saturated than it was earlier today. And that is a good sign. I think the St. Thomas team, they have come to the party. They have done half of the job already by getting this Melbourne team out for 181. It is now their time to excite the crowd with their batting, and that they are doing.
That's right, Kerry. Here is Thomas. He is into ball to Kevin, and this one is short and down the leg side, and the keeper is diving. This one is played off the back foot. I'm not sure if he got a touch. He did get a touch, and this one runs down to the long fine leg boundary for 4 runs. Lamont had no chance, as it was really fine. The keeper was more involved there, but he still couldn't get it, so he really dissected those two fielders, run down to the boundary, and St. Thomas is up and running in this chase of 181. They are 20 without loss.
Not a good start for this Melbourne team, Sean. Not a good start. I'm sure Captain Nikita Miller must be thinking to himself that, if our fast bowlers can give us some semblance of a start, as similar to what the St. Thomas fast bowlers did. This one is whipped away into the onside. They go through for 1. Kenroy Williams looks a very attacking player. They come back for the second. The throw comes in, and they'll get it easily. Again, Sean, Kenroy Williams, he looks a very excitable player. That delivery was pitched short of a length into his ribs, and he got on top of it and just whipped it off his ribs very quickly into the onside. He didn't get a lot of bat on it, but he got just enough to push it out just past umpire Athal Hamilton, where he picked up 2 runs. And that moves the score to 22 without loss. And we are just in over number 3.
That's right, Kerry. These batsmen are really liking the fast bowling of O'Shane Thomas. He is in again, and this time he's back and playing this one. It seemed to come off the body, picked up there by Allison at short leg. And that's the end of the over. St. Thomas in chase of Melbourne's first innings score of 181 runs are 22 without loss, and looking to get as close as possible in this session. With just about 45 minutes left in this session, the St. Thomas team are charging ahead 22 runs in 3 overs. The not-out batsmen are Kenroy Williams, he is on 7, and Kevin Williams. Not sure if there is some relation there between those two men, but they are really pushing on here. Here is the left-arm spinner Lamont from the George and Headley stand, and into bowl to the leg spinner Kenroy Williams, who plays this ball down on the pitch. It's fielded by the bat pad fielder there, Allison, and there's no run. Ball is back to Lamont. He is in, and he bowls to Kenroy, who is forward. There's still no run. Bat and pad close together and looking comfortable. These men must have been batting for an hour or so before now, Kerry.
They look very comfortable. And again, they look as though they're a very spirited bunch. Here is Lamont, and this one is whipped into the onside by Kenroy Williams. That looks more the type of stroke that I'm accustomed to seeing Williams play. The little nudges and the turns and the flicks and tricks. That is the type of player I know Kenroy Williams as. I didn't even know that he was an opener, but it seems as though the St. Thomas team would have done some amount of planning going into this game, which is why they've now opened with Kenroy Williams.
Yes, that is correct, Kerry. Lamont is in bowling to Kevin, and Kevin is back. This ball was really short and played it with soft hands. The ball falling on the pitch, and there's no run. Here is Lamont. He is in bowling to Kevin, and his ball is outside off some. He's back and cutting. Good field placement there by Nikita Miller. This fielder was deep behind square, so there was no run. That is...
It's like Griffith. Trevon
yes,
Griffith.
it seems as if it was Trevon Griffith there. Backward point, fielding, and there was no run. Lamont is in again and bowling to Kevin, and Kevin is forward with such ease and comfort. That's the end of the over. Inning score of...
What we're seeing here who have two different focuses. We're seeing a Melbourne team who's used to being in the finals, who understands what they need to do in the finals, and we're seeing a St. Thomas team who are hungry and who are willing to lay their lives on the line to win a championship. We're seeing the fans all crammed into the North Stand, trying to get as much of the action, soak as much of the action in as possible. This St. Thomas team, Sean, they have shown that grit and determination that you need to show if you want to win a championship.
That's indeed true. Here is Thomas. He is back at bowling to what seems to be Kenroy Williams, the leg spinner. Here is Thomas running in from the Blue Mountain stand end, and he runs in and bowls his delivery, which is back and playing this one behind square. There will be runs here for the batsman. Quickly around to field that delivery is Christopher Lamont, and there is just one run taken. The score moves from 23 to 24, and St. Thomas are still without loss.
Again, I must say congratulations to the Michael College team. They are the 2016 Junior Cup champions. That final was played between Michael and JDF here at Sabina Park just last week. And Michael, they are first time comers to the Junior Cup competition, and they won it.
That was good work there by Michael, getting home ahead of JDF by all of 10 wickets in that final last week of the Junior Cup competition. Here, displaying their talents on this nice Sabina Park pitch is the St. Thomas Cricket Association and the Melbourne CC. Melbourne batting first made 181. They are now bowling to St. Thomas, who are 24 without any loss. Here is O'Shane Thomas. He runs into bowl to Kenroy, and this ball is short, and has the batsman punching this ball to and caught at short mid-wicket. This was a very good delivery by O'Shane. It beat the batsman for pace. He flinched, got hit on the gloves, and an easy catch was taken. A smart catch by Allison at bat pad. The batsman has to go. The Melbourne team celebrate, and that's the wicket that they were looking for. He was looking to get on top of the bowling, but this delivery was very accurate, and the batsman had all kinds of troubles playing this delivery, and he has to go, Kerry.
And again, Sean, what we're seeing is the batsman. What we're seeing there is the batsman Kenroy Williams being the type of player he has been all season long, an aggressive type player. Once the ball is short, he's going to have a go at it. Doesn't matter where it's pitched. The ball before was short, wide off the off stump, and he flashed at it, trying to cut it over the head of the slip cordon. He missed. The very next delivery was short. However, this time it was directed closer to his body. He again came inside the line, tried to whip it into the onside, and only succeeded in giving a spooning and easy catch to the man under the bat. Again, what we're seeing is a cat and mouse fight. We're seeing the St. Thomas team seeming as though they are going to move into the ascendancy. Now we're seeing a wicket from Melbourne. They're back in the team. They're back in the fight. We will continue to see a lot of this going right through, because I believe that 181 runs, Sean, that is runs already on the tins, and I believe that the Melbourne team, they have the bowling to do it for them.
Indeed, Kerry Scott. Taking strike now, which seems to be the new batsman, Kashane Roberts. We'll get that confirmed in a minute. O'Shane Thomas is in and this delivery is short and he's pulling this one, not getting much contact. This delivery was played around to the backward square leg region and they took a single. The score moves now to 25 for the loss of 1 wicket. Very good delivery to get the batsman dismissed by young O'Shane Thomas. He's really bowling fast. He was picked up this year in the CPL draft by the Talawas. Really looking forward to see this young man in the action in summer in this upcoming Caribbean Premier League. Kevin is back on strike. Here is Thomas. He runs into bowl to Kevin and this ball is down the leg side and there is no touch. The bowler has his hand on his head as if that ball was about to hit leg stump. Seemed from our location that ball was traveling some distance away from leg stump. However, you know fast bowlers are always full of exuberance.
So the new batsman is Simpson, Siobhan Simpson. And he will be, no doubt, trying to stamp his authority on this bowling. He likes fast bowling. I've seen him in a few games. Here is Shane Thomas. And this one is pitched up to the bat. And Ken Roy plays it into the offside. And another no ball called by umpire Verdane Smith. That's the second no ball in this over. And it would be a cardinal sin if young Thomas was to get a wicket from a no ball. So let us see what will happen going forward. One believes though, Sean, that the Melbourne team would have to introduce Nikita Miller, or Nikita Miller have to introduce himself in the attack very soon. This one beaten outside the off stump is Ken Roy Williams. He flashed at it. That had some pace. And that's the end of another testing over. Successful one for Melbourne. Here at Savannah Park, the score is 27 for the loss of 1 wicket. And St. Thomas, they're in chase of 182. 181 made by the Melbourne team. They limped to 181, Sean. They had a lot of stops and starts in that innings. We saw very good bowling from Keno Wallace, Kenroy Williams. But nonetheless, there's still a very keen contest here today. Siobhan Simpson, as I said earlier, I envision that he will have some difficulty with this left arm spinner. Because as I said before, he likes the fast bowlers. He likes when the ball comes onto the bat. And he will now have to do battle with Christopher Lamont, top wicket taker for Melbourne.
Here is Lamont to Simpson, and this ball is pitched up. Simpson is driving out to an orthodox cover in Sadiki Bolt. There is no run. Good line here being bowled by Lamont. Right onto the off stump. Here is Lamont in again for his second delivery of the over, and this ball is turned onto the onside, but there is no run. Very good batting here by Simpson. Seems a compact batsman. Easy on the eyes, as you can see in the few strokes he has played. Well, let's see what he has in store for us. There is a deep mid-wicket on the boundary. Lamont in, ball to Simpson, and he is forward again. Still no run. It's getting a bit cloudy here in Kingston, but we are not worried about that. There seems to be no threat of rain. The batsmen have taken off a quick single. That was a crazy single just now. There will be some overthrows, so they have gotten more than they expected from that run. This delivery was pitched up. The batsman played it on the onside. They took off for a single. The ball was fielded by the man at bat pad. This was, the throw came in. There was nobody backing up, and you know what was the result of that? They got another run, and Siobhan Simpson is back on strike. 2 runs added to his score, and the score moves up to 29 for 1, chasing 181.
So Christopher Lamont, he's taking his time before he bowls the next delivery. Here's Lamont. Ball to Simpson. Simpson is looking to hike this one into the mid-wicket region, but he only succeeds in getting his leg in the way. And it's a leg by, and it goes behind square. They scampers through for a single. Again, as I said before, Simpson is the type of player who likes to hit the ball. So Lamont takes his time. At the top of his mark, he comes in, bowls to Williams, and Williams is forward, easy in defense. And that's the end of another over. And the score stays on 30 for the loss of 1 wicket. The batsman to go thus far is Kenroy Williams. And he went for about 15. And we're seeing a very exciting encounter here. So Shane Thomas, he's been given some instructions from Griffiths. I'm not sure what Griffiths is telling him. I'm hoping what he's saying is, look, you got to get this ball outside off stump, pitch it up, try to hit that top of off stump, because that has been the business area all day. It was the business area for the St. Thomas bowlers, fast bowlers, and I have no doubt that it will be the business area here again. Shane Thomas at the top of his mark, the bowl to Simpson. Here's Thomas, and this one is short and steered down to the third man region, and the man at third man comes across, but he can't stop it. Or has he? Yes, he has stopped it, and he's backed up there by Christopher Lamont as he comes through for a second run. Umpire Verdane Smith is checking with umpire Arthur Hamilton, and 4 runs signaled. It would seem as though the fielder at third man looks like Glenn. Yes, it seems like Glenn. It seems as though his foot touched the rope, and umpire Hamilton gave the signal to Verdane Smith, and he signaled 4. Here is Thomas to bowl outside the off stump, and he's missing is Simpson, and they think about going through for a bye, and Simpson is turned back by Kenroy Williams. Again, as I said, Sean, Siobhan Simpson is an attacking player. He likes to hit the ball, and it seems as though the wicketkeeper is down. Wicketkeeper Nepal is down. I'm not sure what happened there. I'm not sure if when that ball went through, it burst through his glove and hit him in the head or on the arm. He's down. The players are all gathered around him. And yes, it seems as though that one hit him just under the neck region. But he's up, and the players, it seems as though he's fine. That one came through with a lot of pace, Sean.
Yes, the young fast bowler, O'Shane Thomas, is bowling with some real pace here on what seemed earlier to be a flat batting track. He is really putting some effort into his bowling to get it up to the necks of these St. Thomas batsmen who are really trying to be up to the task. He got 1 wicket so far with that short delivery. This one was short but wide, and the keeper made an attempt to collect it, but it bobbled out of his hand and hit him somewhere on the upper body. He seems to be okay now. Thomas is running in again, and this one is short and played, with soft hands out to the gully region. This ball was really in a good spot, delivered by Thomas. The batsman had to play it. It got big on him, but he played with soft hands, and that enabled the delivery to go into that gully region all along the ground. So, there was really no worry in the end for batsman Siobhan Simpson. O'Shane Thomas slowly is walking back to his mark. He has, bowled roughly 5 overs in this spell. He is wiping some sweat from his face, seemingly tired from all this exertion of fast bowling.
Another no ball again by O'Shane Thomas. That one, and again, this one beats Simpson outside the off stump. It was again pitched up outside the off stump. He dangled the carrot in front of Simpson, and Simpson bit at it. That one just moved away from him a fraction, and it flew through to the wicketkeeper. A very aggressive man is this Simpson. Every delivery that has been pitched up thus far and that has given him any kind of room, it seems as though he's ready to attack it. And what he's pretty much telling you is that, look, he's not here to mess around. If he sees anything that is seemingly offline, he's going to have a go at it. Here is Thomas, the ball to Simpson, and this time Simpson is forward in defense, pushes the ball back down to the onside, and the man under the bat was Allison. He comes in and he feels again Simpson. Whenever these deliveries are delivered close to him, he has no problem defending. But once he's given any kind of room, he throws the kitchen sink at it.
That's right. I mean, it was the downfall of many of the Melbourne batsmen in their innings. They were chasing those deliveries that were wide outside the off stump. They were in a no-nonsense mood as well, getting to 181 runs in just under 2 sessions, which is, in this type of cricket, not ideal. What they should have looked to do is, bat through at least 2.5 sessions and post in excess of 250 runs to, really give this St. Thomas team a run for their money. So far, they have only gotten 1 wicket. The man bowling now, Oshane Thomas, he was the one who took it. And he is, looking to bowl his heart out for this Melbourne team. This delivery again is pitching outside off stump and stared down through the gap.
Actually went
straight to the man at gully. Yes. Right, so there was no run taken. That's the over bowled by Oshane Thomas.
So score now moves to 38 for the loss of 1 wicket. And Christopher Lamond, he will do battle again. He's again coming from the George Adley end, and Simpson is the man on strike. Simpson powerfully built. He's built like a tank. Here is Lamont at the top of his mark. He's ready to do battle. In he comes, the ball to Simpson. And Simpson is looking to hit this one down the ground. Is this a catch? No, it's not. Not unless you are one of the birds, and it goes for 6. Simpson again, as I said earlier, Sean, he's somebody who likes to hit the ball. Once he's given any kind of room, he will not hold back. He's going all out. And I think what needs to happen is that the Melbourne bowlers need to try and pull him a little bit more outside off stump, allow him to use more of his hands and not able to use a lot of his body. He's forward in defense. This time, once it is not given any kind of air, he'll just defend.
The Melbourne bowlers really need to take a page out of the St. Thomas bowlers from their innings. I mean, most of the deliveries were being pitched just on about or outside off stump, whereas these Melbourne bowlers are bowling wicket to wicket, which is much straighter than the St. Thomas bowlers were bowling. I mean, the St. Thomas bowlers got a few LBW decisions which were given to the fast bowlers. This is a spinner, and the spinner's line was just outside off stump, which is where he should bowl. This delivery touching down on the same spot. Simpson trying a forcing shot through the cover region and cannot score. This is where Lamont needs to continue to hold the pressure until Simpson breaks. This delivery, he's in and he bowls on the off stump line. Simpson is back and pushing this delivery back down the pitch. There is no run scored. Lamont does the feeling of his own bowling and is back to the top of his mark again. He comes in left-handed, ball is in, and Simpson is hitting this one back straight to the ball, and he's caught on ball. He's upset with himself, the batsman, hitting his bat against his pad. This delivery was really an easy delivery. He has gotten so many of them in this innings. He got another one. He tried to hit it back past the bowler, ended up hitting it straight into the hands of Lamont. Lamont is gladly taking that return catch. Kerry, I think the batsman really failed on this attempt to get the score going. He should have looked to push on a little bit longer rather than being so attacking.
Yeah, but as I said before, and I'm going to say again, and Simpson, he's going to throw the kitchen sink at it. That delivery was flighted a little bit, more from Lamont. However, it was too full in length. So he was trying to go down the ground. He was looking for another big hit down the ground for 6. But the ball was too full in length, and he only succeeded in hitting a low catch right back to Christopher Lamont. And Christopher Lamont accepted and collected his 20th wicket for the season.
Right. The score is now 41 for 2 wickets. The outgoing batsman was Siobhan Simpson. The incoming batsman wearing a red helmet seems to be Devon Thomas, the Leeward Islands batsman, now playing this season for Jamaica. Here is Thomas. He's in, and this ball is short, and Williams was tucked up in the pull shot. It was more of an evasive action, in my opinion. This delivery was short and quick from the fast bowler O'Shane Thomas. It went down to fine leg, was fielded by Lamont. They only got a single. This young fast bowler from Melbourne is really bowling fast, Kerry.
Indeed. I heard a lot about him. This is actually the first time I'm actually getting a chance to see him. The president for the Melbourne Cricket Club, he has high praises for him. He has always said, look, he believes they have found a diamond in the rough, and if they can straighten out some little kinks with him, then they're sure they have one for the future. And he's shown that here today. This one is coming back at Devon Thomas. It hit him high on the pad, no appeal. And I'm sure that very soon, Devon Thomas is now batting, so I'm sure very soon Nikita Miller will do battle with him. He has gotten him out on quite a number of occasions in the regional tournament, and I'm sure his fingers will be itching to have a bowl at him.
I'm sure if Nikita Miller wants to bowl, he will put on himself and have a bowl. Here is Thomas. He's in to bowl to Thomas, and he's driving this one through the vacant mid-on region. The ball is slowing up. It won't go for 4. The batsmen have crossed for 2. That is fielded by what seems to be, not sure who that is from our position, but they got 2 runs. So Thomas O'Shane, he is the Melbourne fast bowler. He was bowling to Devon Thomas, the St. Thomas batsman, who, a lot of Thomases around here, it seems, Kerry. You have O'Shane Thomas, Devon Thomas, from St. Thomas.
That is the place that you find the Thomases.
Understand. This is O'Shane. He's into bowl, and this one is short and pulled around the corner by Devon Thomas, not getting a lot of contact on that delivery. The ball actually coming off the thigh pad of the batsman from the Leeward Islands. They get a leg by in the end, taking the score to 44 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Just to give you some history here, Melbourne, they're looking to have their 7th hold on the Senior Cup title since 1991. The last time they won this competition was 2012. At that time they had Marlon Samuels and a few others who have now gone on to for other duties. Melbourne, however, Sean, they are missing some very key players in this finals. We're talking about the likes of John Ross Campbell, who scored a high of 138 in the quarterfinals who knocked out the defending champion, 2-time defending champions, Jamaica Defence Force. They're also missing the top leg spinner, the top spinner in the country, Damien Jacobs, and also Yannick Elliott, who was coming back from a long hiatus of injury, or illness, I should say. But it was good to see him back playing this year in the Senior Cup competition, and he has had some very good returns. So Melbourne, they're really here because of their true grit and determination, and it also speaks volumes of their Junior Cup team and the kind of breeding system that they have in Melbourne, where they can lose 3 top players and still be able to field such an impressive outfit.
That's right, Kerry. The youth team for Melbourne has always been doing well, so it's no surprise to me that they are into this final with the help of Nikita Miller and others. Here is Lamont taking up the attack again from the George Headley stand end, and he's into bowl to Devon Thomas, who is forward and racked on the pad. There's an appeal, which seems to me to be belated.
Yes, a little
but
a little stifled
stifled
there, as if to
appeal,
say, umpire Hamilton, what did you
really
think
happened
about
just
that?
there, right? So it ended up not out. Here is Lamont again, bouncing in this time, and really has some pep in his step because he got the wicket of Mr. Simpson, that's right. Chevron Simpson was out caught on bowl, so he's into Thomas and he's racked on the pad. There's a loud appeal for LBW. The umpire is not moved. All the Melbourne players ran up for a vociferous appeal. He did not move. He said not out, and they have to go back to their fielding positions.
I like this, Sean. Everybody's now in the game. Everybody's in the game. The batsmen are in the game because they are nervous. The batsmen in the pavilion to come, they are nervous. The fielders, they are in the game. Now the umpire is in the game. The fans, they are in the game. This is an exciting combat here that we're seeing today in this finals. Christopher Lamont, he's not backing away. Devon Thomas is a first-class player. Christopher Lamont, he has never played first-class cricket, but he's not backing down. He's showing that, hey, look, not because I've not played first-class cricket, I have what it takes to bowl to you and to keep you quiet. What we are not seeing here from the Melbourne team, we're not seeing them retreating. We're seeing mid-off, mid-on, a man under the bat, short cover, a man at point. Everybody's in an attacking position, as if to say, if you're going to score me, you're going to have to go through all these men who I have attacking you. Or if you can't go through them, you're going to go over them. But what this is telling me is that the Melbourne team, they are here to play hard, tough cricket. What I've seen from St. Thomas is the willingness to fight in this tough battle. And I like what I'm seeing here. This is telling me that cricket is not dead in Jamaica. It is alive and well. And our young players, they have now matured somewhat. And they are showing that they are here to make a mark and show that, hey, look, things may not be going so well for the West Indies cricket team, but guess what? Generation next, we're making a mark. We're showing you that we can play exciting, tough cricket to bring back some fans back to the stands.
We would have to stick a pin right there, Kerry. I mean, things are going excellent for the West Indies cricket team. They won the under-19s, they won the Women's World Cup and the Men's World Cup. What do you mean by things are not going on well for the West Indies cricket team?
That's all in the limited overs version. This is two-day cricket. We're preparing people for test cricket. If they were in colored clothing, then I would say, oh, things are hunky-dory and lovely and well. But once they're in full white, it means that things aren't going so well for the West Indies team. When was the last time we won a series outside the Caribbean?
That would take some searching on cricket for right now,
That's your assignment for tomorrow morning.
All right, Kerry, I'll get my homework done. Interesting move here by the captain, Nikita Miller, bringing himself on from the Blue Mountain end. He is into bowl to the Williams batsman. He is long forward down the pitch and playing this ball with an angled bat into the mid-wicket region. There is no run. Interestingly, my co-commentator, Kerry Scott, thought about this move earlier. Said it would be interesting to see Nikita Miller versus Devon Thomas. Rivals at the regional level, and it comes as no surprise that Nikita Miller has brought himself on just as Devon Thomas came into the crease. It's approaching tea time. It's now 3:15, and it's a really interesting time for Nikita Miller to be bowling to Devon Thomas. I'm sure the batsman is back and turning this one behind square for a run. That ball was poorly lined by Nikita. I'm thinking he needs to bowl a little bit more outside that off stump or on off stump to get the LBW decision as the ball is turning away from the batsman. But we always know about that arm ball, that when that arm ball comes into play, it's very, very tricky.
I think Nikita Miller is just getting his radar in working order. I'm not worried about his direction just now. You can see he's just working his way into his spell, Sean. What I like about this move with Nikita Miller bringing on himself is that he is aware that it is getting close to the tea time break. And with the tea time approaching, I'm sure he is also aware that Devon Thomas must be thinking about tea at this time. Once he's thinking about tea, he's going to be a little bit more tentative. He's not going to be willing to attack as much because he's batting for tea. So in this particular period, he's hoping that maybe, just maybe, he can get a change of pace to maybe slip through a little bit quicker than normal, hit that front pad to get him a wicket early. Once he gets a wicket, especially Devon Thomas before tea, I'm sure that the Melbourne team will believe that they're right up amongst them in this competition.
Interestingly, the score has inched along to 47 without loss. 47 for 2 wickets, sorry. Coming up to the tea interval, the batsmen have looked to, just bat out the time and try to come back to finish the final session, with the wickets still intact. Now, they're both left arm spinners operating, Nikita Miller and Christopher Lamont. Lamont is now into Thomas, and this ball is short, and Thomas is back and punching this one down to mid-on. There's no run. Thomas, the Leeward Islands batsman, he is, he has moved to Jamaica and, played in our first-class team and also in this Jamaica Cricket Association Senior Cup competition. And he has done quite well, He can wicket keep, he can bowl, he can bat. He has really transitioned easily from out of that Leeward Island setup into this Jamaica setup. And right now, he's just looking to bat until, tea time, where he can have a break, have a drink, and then come back out to do battle for the next session. Lamont is still in. He's bowling up to Thomas, and Thomas is forward in the defensive mode and playing this one out to mid-wicket. There is no run, and the over is called. The score is still 47 for the loss of 2 wickets. The not-out batsman, Thomas, on 4, and the other batsman, Williams, that's Ken Roy Williams. He is not out on 13.
Now, leading up to this finals, Devon Thomas has had some okay returns in his first time at playing in this competition, this Jamaica Senior Cup competition. He's played 9 matches, 8 innings, scored 311 runs with a highest of 79 at an average of 38.88. He has scored 3 half centuries during that period. So he has had very okay returns so far. One would think that he would have had far better returns, but what better time than now in the finals to actually go through and impose himself and have his best returns yet.
That's right. Nikita Miller has taken up the attack. Again, trying to prize out this opener that has been here for St. Thomas. Not seemingly going anywhere. He has been really solid, hasn't offered up a chance. Still batting, not out on 13. And he is doing battle now from the Blue Mountain end. Nikita Miller is bowling left arm around the wicket. There's a slip, there's a point, a cover, extra cover, and the mid-off. That's the offside field. He's racked on the pad. There's an appeal for LBW. Umpire Verdine Smith remains unmoved. Nikita Miller is in despair as he thought he had his man, but Williams will live on to bat another ball. Here is Williams to Nikita Miller again, and he plays forward. This ball is played around the square leg, but there's no run. Batsmen looking to just bat out the time. They are in no rush, all defensive mode right now, and I'm sure Nikita Miller knows this, and he's looking to pounce on it. Nikita Miller in again to Williams, and this ball is really right up to the batsman. The batsman is forward and plays it, and there is no run.
Again, Sean, that delivery, Nikita Miller, he's the master of changing his pace, disguising his pace. He comes through with the same sort of action, but then one will come through a little bit slower, spin a little bit more. Another one will zip through a little bit more. One will zip through and spin somewhat. So he's very good at changing his pace. He's very good at these subtle variations, which has brought him a lot of wickets over the years. He's Jamaica's leading wicket taker. And one wonders, however, why is it that he has never been able to have the same sort of returns in our local Senior Cup competition that he has had at the regional level?
Maybe that's because he has always been busy playing for the regional team.
No, I'm talking whenever he's playing. Over the years, he has never been the he has never been the top wicket taker. Even whenever he plays, and he plays all the games for Melbourne, he has never been the top wicket taker.
That's quite true right there. Damian Jacobs, the top leg spinner in Jamaica right now, has been taking a lot of wickets for Melbourne, and they will certainly miss him today because his variety would really help them with this St. Thomas batting lineup that is has a lot of right-handed batsmen. I think it's Trenchfield, and Trenchfield is the really only left-hander in that top six. So Damian Jacobs would be licking his chops to be bowling to the St. Thomas batting lineup. Approaching tea time steadily, 4 minutes before, Lamont is bowling from the George Headley end, and Devon Thomas is looking quite comfortable. He is not really bothered by what is happening from either end. He's just looking to bat out the time and coming after the tea break. Here is Lamont again bowling to Thomas, and Thomas is forward and easily plays this one back to the bowler who feels off his own bowling.
Just to give you some quick statistics here, Nikita Miller, he has played 12 two-day games for Melbourne thus far. 119.3 overs, 33 maidens, 297 runs, and 21 wickets. So he has only gotten 21 wickets from 12 games. He has bowled 119.3 overs for those 21 wickets. An economy rate of 2.49, average 14, with a best of 6 for 22. So, what you found there is that he has really not had the same kind of success that he has had at the regional level. I will give you I'll give you a comparison in a little while with other spin bowlers who have played, who have been playing and bowling during the same time that he has been playing. Albeit these statistics would cover maybe the last 3 years that of the competition, but that pretty much gives a little bit of a kind of picture of what kind of returns he has had to date. Just this year, as I said earlier, Christopher Lamont, he is the leading wicket taker with 19 wickets. He was the one who bowled Melbourne to the victory in the semi-finals against the UWI. He picked up 8 wickets in the first innings there against UWI. That really set them back.
Yes, the statistician Kerry Scott coming at you. Nikita Miller bowling the final over, it should seem, before the tea break. There hasn't been a run scored for the last 3 overs. Really showing you that the St. Thomas team has locked shop and batting until the tea break. This delivery, however, is played easily to that batsman who is feeling right there under the bat. There's no run scored. Nikita Miller is in again to bowl to Williams, and Williams is forward and beaten outside the off stump. This one spun a bit. First delivery we have seen that has bitten the pitch and left the batsman, really playing for that arm ball, but he did not get it. We're talking about variety. That is what Nikita Miller has brought to the table. He really has, he is showing us his experience that he has gained from playing from all those 4-day competitions for Jamaica.
Devon Thomas is also showing his experience. He had a quiet word with Williams a while ago. He's trying to ensure that this is the last over before the tea break. Again, Devon Thomas has moved over to the offside to have a little bit of chat with Sadiq Bolt. Again, trying to hold up time to ensure that this is the last one. Here's Nikita Miller, flight to deliver, and Williams is hitting this one back down the pitch to him. That one was full in length. Williams got a little bit too close to it, and he only succeeded in pushing it back down the wicket to Miller. Here is Miller once more to bowl to Williams, and Williams is forward and pushing this one into the onside. again, Melbourne quickly looking to get around. Will they get a second? Will they get another over? No, they won't. And time has been called by umpire Verdine Smith, and that is T here on the first day of play in this 2016 JCA Senior Cup Finals between Melbourne Cricket Club and St. Thomas Cricket Association. Just to give you a little recap, the toss was won by St. Thomas Cricket Association. They decided to have a bowl first. It proved there was dividends in it. They got Melbourne out for 181. The batsmen, the top scorers for Melbourne were Andre McCarthy. He got 63 runs, and he was ably assisted by Trevon Griffiths. He got 55. Bowling for St. Thomas, the tall, lanky, fast bowler, Keno Wallace, he picked up 4 wickets, and he was ably assisted by Kenroy Williams, the leg spinner, the man from Yalas St. Thomas that they call Nagamutu. He picked up 3 wickets, and the score is 49 for the loss of 2 wickets at T here. The not-out batsmen are Kenroy Williams. Yes, Kenroy Williams. He opened the batting for St. Thomas. He's there, not out on 13. And with him, Devon Thomas, the man from the island of Windward, from the Windward Islands. He is on 4. And bowling for the Melbourne team, Christopher Lamont, he picked up the wicket. He picked up the wicket of Siobhan Simpson. He went for 8. And the first to go was Kevin Williams. Kevin Williams. He was the first to go. He was out caught under the bat of the bowling of a Shane Thomas. So Shane Thomas, he bowled with a lot of pace this today. He bowled fast, and he was not as accurate, but he bowled very fast. He had a little bit of trouble with his run-up. He bowled some 4 no balls in that early spell. Christopher Lamont, he opened the bowling with him, as I thought that one of the left-arm spinners would have been brought in very early, either Christopher Lamont or Nikita Miller. Nikita Miller, the captain, he thought to open the bowling with Christopher Lamont, which proved dividend to him because he went on to get the hard-hitting Siobhan Simpson. So at T, again, it's 49 for the loss of 2 wickets. And St. Thomas, they're in pursuit of 182 runs to overhaul Melbourne's 181 all out in their first innings. So we will go for a break, and we'll join you back at 3:45 p.m.
champion, Shelly and a champion, 958, both a champion. Champion, champion, champion. DJ Bravo, DJ Bravo, DJ Bravo, DJ Bravo. Champion, 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 champion. Everybody knows say Bravo a champion, 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 champion. Everybody know Chris Gale is a champion. Beanie a champion, Bounty a champion, Marshall is a champion, Bungie is a champion, Follen is a champion, Lara is a champion, Gale is a champion. Don't forget Michael Jordan, Obama a champion, Mandela a champion, Serena a champion, Wendy a champion, Shelly and a champion, 958, both a champion. Champion, 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 champion. Everybody knows say Bravo a champion. Champion, 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 champion. Everybody know Chris Gale is a champion. Champion, we are real champion. Champion, we are real champion. Champion, we are real champion. Don't vex if your name not call. We have to leave them to bat some ball. We love soccer and dancehall. We love cricket and football. Come and dance in my name we call. Champion, champion, every trainee and every athlete. Champion, champion, every victory and every weekend. Champion, champion, every trainee and every athlete. Champion, champion, we are champion, we are champion, Marshall is a champion, Bungie is a champion, Follen is a champion, Lara is a champion, Gale is a champion. Don't forget Michael Jordan, Obama a champion, Mandela a champion, Serena a champion, Wendy a champion, Shelly a champion, 958, all a champion. Champion, 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 champion. Everybody knows say Bravo a champion. Champion, 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 champion. Everybody knows Chris Gale is a champion.
So we're back here live at Sabina Park as we are into the final session of play on day one of this 2016 Jamaica Cricket Association Senior Cup Finals, playing between Melbourne CC and the St. Thomas Cricket Association. Earlier, Melbourne, they were dismissed for 181 on the back of 63 from Andre McCarthy and 55 from Trevon Griffiths. They were the main scorers. Bowling for St. Thomas, the main destroyer was Keena Wallace. He picked up 4 wickets and ably supported by Kenroy Williams, who grabbed 3 wickets. At the wicket now for St. Thomas is Devon Thomas. He is on 4, and Kenroy Williams, who earlier bagged the 3 wickets, he is on 13. The score is 49 for the loss of 2 wickets. And doing battle will be Christopher Lamont and Devon Thomas. They will get the ball rolling for this final session of play on day one. So the field is set. There's a slip to Christopher Lamont, man on the bat. Here is Lamont. And Devon Thomas is playing this one from the top of his crease, and he squeezed it into the offside, and there's no run. The score stays on 49 for the loss of 2 wickets. The stands is filled up nicely here today. Here is Lamont to bowl to Devon Thomas. Thomas is forward and whipping this one down to the man at mid-on. They go through for a quick single and they get it. That looks like young Javel Glenn. He has not been very good in the outfield today. And it seems as though Devon Thomas has picked that up. So immediately after hitting that ball, he was on his bike. So the 50 comes up for St. Thomas. And the 50 has come up in over number 16. So Kenroy Williams, he'll face up to Christopher Lamont. This one is flighted and whipped down to the man at mid-on. They thought about a single. It was the exact same thing that happened a while ago. This time, Kenroy Williams was not as keen to get the single as Devon Thomas was before. Lamont, top of his mark, he comes in, bowls to Williams, who's back and punching this one to the man at short cover. He looked to give himself some room there by pulling away that front leg. He went to the onside, got square with that delivery, and he's wrapped on the pad. There's a loud appeal, and not out, says umpire Athol Hamilton. He said not out very quickly there, and score stays on 50 without loss, or 50 for 3, sorry. And here is Lamont. Again, he's forward. The score is actually 51 for 2. We'll have to have the scorers, the board scorers, adjust that in a little while. And that's the end of the very first over after the tea break. And score, as I said before, 51 for the loss of 2. St. Thomas, they're chasing 182 to get past Melbourne's first innings total of 181.
Yes, and we're back back to the usual business after tea. We like to, give you the exact bowling figures for the St. Thomas bowlers. Keena Wallace, he bowled 11 overs, 2 maidens, 39 runs for 4 wickets. Gavin Brown, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 35 runs for 2 wickets. Kenroy Williams, 14 overs, 4 maidens, 36 runs for 3 wickets. Devon Thomas, 3 overs, no maiden, 6 runs, no wicket. Brooks, 3 overs, no maiden, 18 runs, no wicket. And Darlington, that's Marvin Darlington, 9.4 overs, 1 maiden, 39 runs, and 1 wicket. We resume action with Nikita Miller. This ball being bowled and it runs down to the fine leg boundary for 4 byes, moving the score from 51 to 55 for the loss of 2 wickets. St. Thomas on resumption of their innings after tea, the not-out batsman Devon Thomas and Ken Roy Williams, 13 and 4 and 13 respectively, are doing battle. Nikita Miller is into Thomas and is chasing a wide one, cutting it out to point. There is no run. The fielder is Javel Glenn. The ball is back to Nikita Miller, who runs in left arm around the wicket to Devon Thomas, and he's pushing this one down to long on. There will be a single as the fielder walks in off the long on boundary and feels this delivery, which was well played down to the long on boundary by Devon Thomas. Ken Roy Williams is on strike. The right arm leg spinner from St. Thomas. He snared 3 wickets today, bowling quite well, I must say, Mr. Scott. His line and length was good, and the batsmen had some great degree of difficulty scoring him. This delivery was pitched up on the line of the leg stump, and he played a sort of a flashing drive down to long on, and no run was scored. Here's Nikita Miller in again, and this ball is short of a line, and he's back and punching it to square, backward of square. There was a slight misfield by Javel Glenn at point, the young man on the field, but there was no run taken. That is the end of the over. The score remains at 55 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yeah, and as I said earlier, Javel Glenn, he has not looked very confident in the outfield since they have started fielding. He has had some amount of misses, and I think that is what Devon Thomas saw earlier, which is why the very first delivery that he faced from Christopher Lamont, he hit it straight at him, and he took off for the single, and he got it. Here is Lamont to bowl to Devon Thomas, who's back and turning this one to the man at point. He comes in very quickly, is Griffiths, and he sends a strong throw back to the wicketkeeper Nepal. Lamont at the top of his mark, twirls, comes round the wicket. Forward is Thomas. Again, Griffiths has some feeling to do as he comes in like a cat from that point region to ensure that the batsmen don't even attempt a single. Here's Lamont. Thomas is down the track. Could he be out? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Devon Thomas goes caught at mid-on. And what a celebration from Christopher Lamont. He ran to the cover region and threw himself on the ground. That, I'm sure, Sean, Melbourne and everybody here knows is a massive wicket. To get Devon Thomas out just in the 3rd over after tea is a massive blow to the St. Thomas push.
That's correct, Kerry. This delivery was on the line of the mid-stump. Devon Thomas was down the track and on his bike, trying to hit this one just over mid-on, and only succeeded in hitting it straight to mid-on. The catch was taken. Melbourne are jubilant. St. Thomas are dejected, and the loss of a 3rd wicket just after the tea interval is not a good one that St. Thomas wants to write home about.
Indeed. And this will test their batting a lot, because what they have done, they have shifted things around. Marvin Darlington, Jamie Trenchfield, those players have all been pushed further down in the order. Again, Kashane Roberts is now the new batsman. Kashane Roberts, might I add, Sean, is a very, very smooth player. He strokes the ball very well. He likes going through the covers. He likes going over the top. So he's a very quality player, a player who can hurt you on his day. The thing with a player like Kashane Roberts, he gives an early chance. Once he gives that early chance, you have to snap him up. If you do not snap him up, then you will be in for chasing some balls. Carlton Ball Jr. is also in the hut. Against the Kingston Creek Club team, he batted at number 8. In the quarterfinals game, he batted at number 9. So what that is telling you is that St. Thomas, they're not really basing their batting lineup off ability. It's really stability that you're looking at. And they will be called upon to do a lot of work. Here is Lamont to bowl to Roberts, who's wrapped on the pad. There's a loud appeal. And it's not out, says umpire Hamilton. Kashane Roberts, he didn't seem as though he was even worried about that shot, Sean.
No, he was. I mean, he held the shot and was kind of waiting for umpire Hamilton to make a decision. But that ball seemed to be hitting him just outside the line of the off stump. It was a full delivery. He played forward. He has a sort of an open stance with that left foot coming around, and Lamont is on his game. He got on. He's their leading wicket taker, and he's showing why. That delivery was still on the line of off stump. Roberts played it down to be fielded by that man at short leg. Here is Lamont again into Roberts, and Roberts is playing this with the full face of the bat down the pitch, and Lamont dives across the non-striker and stops the ball. That's the end of the over. It is still 55 for the loss of 3 wickets now, with the not-out batsman at T, Devon Thomas, hitting a ball over to mid-on and losing his wicket in that over. The score is 55 for 3, and St. Thomas in just a little spot of bother, chasing that target of 182.
Again, Sean, what will have to happen from here is that the St. Thomas team, they will have to consolidate, try and build a partnership. I'm thinking a partnership of even 40 runs at this stage between this pair will go a far way. It will do two things. What it will do, it will push back or thwart the Melbourne attack somewhat. If these two can put on a 40 partnership, what that will mean is that the others who are coming in will have some amount of time to work their way into the game. Nikita Miller, he's bowling his normal wicket-to-wicket business. He's that type of player. He will ask questions. He will ask you to play every single ball that he bowls. He keeps you in the game. He keeps his team in the game. And again, this one, again, change of pace there, Sean. Sliding back into the batsman. He was a little bit late on it. That's Williams. And he only succeeded in squeezing it behind square. Again, he was beaten by the pace. That ball hit the pitch, skidded through on him. He was a little bit late, but he was saved by that inside edge that squirted it to the onside, and he got a single.
That's true, Kerry. And, to talk about a bit about team strategy, Nikita Miller has a deep backward square, and he also has a short leg. If he is going to persist with that leg stump line that he's bowling, I would want to think that he would bring in that man that is on the square leg boundary and entice the batsman to go sweeping. Because, if this batsman goes sweeping, there are a lot of things that can happen. So he is persisting with a mid to leg stump line, and I think he's really looking for that decision of either LBW or caught at short leg. So with the new batsman in, that is Kashane Roberts, let's see what the Melbourne captain can do with his field setting. This delivery, there's a loud appeal for LBW, but that one was really a bit high. Hit him just above the knee roll, and umpire Verdane Smith had no reason to give that one out. He's now being queried in a very friendly manner by the captain. Asking, what went on there, Mr. Smith? And I'm sure he answered politely that that one was a bit high and also on the leg stump. That over has been completed, and St. Thomas still remain on 55 for the loss of 3.
As I said, Sean, Nikita Miller, he will ask questions. He won't only ask questions of the batsman, but he will ask questions of the umpire. He's somebody who bowls wicket to wicket. He changes his pace. He has a lot of variety. He asks a lot of questions. Since he has come on, he has already asked 3 questions of the umpires. Here is Williams whipping this one into the onside. Lamont, in my opinion, is bowling a little bit too much midland leg stump region without anybody at mid-wicket to Williams, who likes to whip that ball into the onside. I believe maybe what he needs to do is to take that ball a little bit more on the off stump to try and entice him to go through cover. With the ball coming back with the arm, he can, at that point in time, maybe get a leg before decision. Again, this ball is squirted into the onside, and a strong throw comes in from Tariq White, and the score moves to 57 for the loss of 3 wickets here at Sabina Park on day 1 of this 2016 JCA Senior Cup Finals. So 59, 58, right? The score moves to 58. And Williams steadily moves on to 16. And here is Williams doing battle with Lamont. Williams is back, punching it. Lamont skips across to his right and fields. Not his natural hand. He's all left-handed. He bowls left hand and he bats left-handed. Here he is to bowl to Williams. And Williams is back and he lost his balance there a bit, but he still succeeded in punching it to the man at short cover. That is more of the line that Lamont needs to bowl to Williams. He needs to take it outside the off stump. Here is Lamont. Flight to delivery. And Williams is down the track. Will he be caught? No, he won't. That ball goes over the man's head who was down there deep at mid-wicket, and it goes into the fence of 4. Sean, poor piece of cricket by Tariq White, who's on that mid-wicket boundary.
I agree with you, Kerry Scott. I mean, he's right there on the square leg boundary, unless at least he should have been on the boundary, but he was several yards in. That ball was hit, fell just behind him and ran into the boundary for 4. Now, you should be either saving a boundary or you're stopping the single, and he was in neither position to save anything. So that ball, that chance actually went away for 4 runs, and I'm sure he would be, quarreling with himself, also seeing that he did not trouble the scorers when he batted this morning.
Indeed. I mean, that one, I believe, again, he fell asleep a bit out there, and it cost his team. So the score now moves to 63 for the loss of 3 wickets. And just to give a little bit of history, Sean, it's amazing that out of all the top clubs in Jamaica, this Senior Cup competition, there's only one top club who would have won the Senior Cup only once since 1991. Do you know which club that is?
No, I don't, Mr. Scott. Would you be kind enough to tell me who it is?
Kingston Cricket Club has only won the Senior Cup once since 1991, and that was in 2001. I have another trivia for you. Who was the captain of the Kingston Cricket Club team at that point in time?
All right, I'll come back to you in a short while with that answer. Here is Nikita Miller bowling to the new batsman, who is down the track and whipping this one through mid-wicket. The fielder is coming around to take up that one left-handed. That is Christopher Lamont circling the mid-wicket boundary. There was only 1 run taken. Good feeling there by Lamont. He is now brought into a orthodox mid-wicket position. Seems as if Nikita Miller wants a catch. This batsman is not letting anything go. Here's Miller into Cashin, and he's punching this one again past the man. That mid-wicket that was just put there for a single down to long on. Good batting here. Brilliant sunshine now over the cricket field, the Sabina Park, the JCA Senior Cup, being streamed live by Juice TV. Our commentators today are Sean Johnson, that's me, and my friend Kerry Scott. Now this ball is delivered by Nikita Miller, who is, trying to get this batsman out LBW. He is really bowling straight. Nothing else other than bowling on the middle stump. But the batsman is equal to the task. He is defending, pushing those deliveries which he can reach down to mid-on for those singles. Now, I think this plan is one to save runs and also to try to get the batsman out caught at short leg. But let's see what goes. Here's Miller in again. This ball is on the off stump and the batsman is forward defensively and there is no run. That's the over, and the score remains at 65 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Back to that question I asked earlier, Sean. I realize you've been evading it. But just so that our viewers and persons who are listening in can pretty much get some history. Would you care to guess who led the Kingston Cricket Club team to that single solitary Senior Cup victory?
All right, let me think about it. Was it the past captain Lloyd Black?
Incorrect. Lovely stroke here. Lovely stroke there by Kashane Roberts. That ball was flighted midland leg stump, and he leaned into that and stroked it sweetly. past the man at mid-on. He had no chance. There was no flurry in that stroke, any at all. He just leaned right over and he stroked it beautifully down to the fence of 4. Again, as I said earlier, Sean, Kashane Roberts, he's a sweet time off the cricket ball. He plays the ball with such ease and majesty.
Indeed, he really timed that ball sweetly. That ball was pitched right up by Christopher Lamont, the left-arm spinner bowling around the wicket from the George Headley stand end, and he stepped into that delivery and drove it, timed it sweetly down to the boundary for 4 runs. Lamont is back trying to get his man's wicket, and he's brilliant delivery there by Lamont. He stumped. That ball really spun. He flighted it some more. Kashane was onto the drive. He missed it completely and was stumped by Nepal. So the bowler wins the war. I mean, this batsman was looking so easy on the ball, Kerry Scott. And now St. Thomas are down by 4 wickets.
And that is how things normally go. You look very easy. There is nothing at all happening. And then all of a sudden, a batsman decides that I'm going to create something. I'm going to create a shot here to try and bring some amount of excitement back to the game. It's 69 for the loss of 4 wickets. Now, before that, 69 for the loss of 3. If he had played that delivery down, if he had defended that delivery, 2 more deliveries, end of the over, 65 for the loss of 3, I'm sure would have been better than 69 for the loss of 4. Also, if he had gotten a 4 from that delivery, I'm sure he would have thought about getting same 65 for the loss of 3 as opposed to another 73 for the loss of 4 wickets. So these are the little things that we need to understand. The batsmen, you have to understand, whenever you are in the ascendancy and things are now looking up, you have to ensure that you keep your head. You have to ensure that you keep it simple. You play each ball on its merit. Don't try go out and create any shots at all. That's exactly what he did. And he has lost his wicket. St. Thomas, they are now on the back foot. 69 for the loss of 4. They have a further 113? 113?
Let me get that calculator out so I can
please, because math, I'm not a great mathematician. 112. There you go. I wasn't all that bad. I said 113. Right? Jamie Trenchfield is the new batsman. He'll do battle with Christopher Lamont. And Trenchfield is driving this one out into the offside. Jamie Trenchfield, interestingly, Sean, is a former first-class player. He played for the Jamaica senior team as a schoolboy. Not a lot of persons can boast that they have done such a thing.
That's true. He is a really talented left-handed batsman. Went away for some time and then came back. So, let us see what Trenchfield has to deliver. Also, a bit of trivia. Trenchfield was a former Kingston Cricket Club member. So, he went to Kingston College. He was a former Kingston Cricket Club member, now playing a final for St. Thomas, his hometown, for the first time against, this Melbourne team that has, won the Senior Cup on so many occasions at one of, I should say, probably his, most favorite ground, Sabina Park. Where else but to play, a real gem of an innings like what Kohli played this morning. Did you see Kohli's innings this morning?
No, I missed it.
Kohli literally single-handedly won the game for RCB, scoring 100, his second 100 in as many games for RCB and winning the man of the match. It was really some fine batting this morning.
Well, Jamie Trenchfield, you can say he's home away from home at Sabina Park. He has scored a couple hundreds. He had scored a couple hundreds for Kingston Cricket Club here at Sabina Park, and I'm sure he would love to go on and score his third on this park.
That's right. And now, interestingly, that delivery bowled by Nikita Miller really bounced and spun. So, are we seeing a difference in the pitch this time around with the Melbourne spinners operating? I really think it's because of the deterioration. You would know more about this pitch than I do. Mr. Scott, as you have played, probably the same person you're referring to as the winning captain for Kingston Cricket Club back then in 2001 when they were...
My brother, I think you have somebody told you. Yes, indeed. Last time Kingston Cricket Club won, yours truly was at the helm. Was a very interesting year. I think that was my second year leading the team, and it was really good to have gone on and won that tournament. It's only a shame that we have not been able to cop the title again since then. 2001 to now has been a mighty long time, and we'll go one more year without winning that title. The best we've done since then, we have gone to 2 finals. One where I again was captain in 2006. We were beaten by St. Catherine in the finals. 2006, correct, 2006. We were beaten by St. Catherine in the final, and 3 seasons ago, in 2014, 2014, we were beaten by Jamaica Defence Force in the finals. This year we made it to the semi-finals. We were beaten by St. Thomas, who are now here doing battle to try and get the championship.
Right. We see Nikita Miller now operating from left arm over the wicket. Now that a left-hander has come into play, that is Jamie Trenchfield, the left-handed batsman from St. Thomas. At the wicket with him still is Kenroy Williams, who is not out on 22. So he has really been the steady hand for St. Thomas starting, at the beginning of their innings. Nikita Miller, though, must be thinking, since he's a left-hander and the deliveries are now coming into the batsman, he should be looking at other options such as Andre McCarthy, who bowls a steady off-spin. They also have Sadiq Bolt, who can bowl some off-spin as well. So will we see Nikita Miller turn into those bowlers, or will he and Lamont continue to try to prize out these St. Thomas batsmen, Kerry?
I think what we'll see is himself and Lamont trying to prize out these St. Thomas batsmen. Lamont, he has 3 wickets under his belt already. He's bowling well. Nikita Miller just started. The St. Thomas batsmen by no means are getting on top of them. They're finding scoring very difficult with both of them. One wouldn't want to take any undue chances at this stage, and then it doesn't pay dividends. What one of the worst things that you could do as a captain is you have everything under control. Then you make a change. You get on somebody trying something, and then that bowler bowls maybe 2-3 overs, and he goes for like 20-30 runs. Then you find yourself back on the back foot once more and having to go back up the hill. Christopher Lamont, he's bowling well. The captain, Nikita Miller, he's also bowling well. Runs are premium at this point in time, and they're asking a lot of questions of the batsmen. I don't think that any change is needed. The score is 70 for the loss of 4 wickets, and I believe that Melbourne has most things under control. This is Lamont again, bowling this one. Again, middle and leg stump to Kenroy Williams, who squeezes this to the man at mid-on. Man at short mid-wicket came across to try and field, but he couldn't. Here's Lamont again back, and Williams is punching this one. Williams has been batting for some 3 hours and 15 minutes. So, and he's only scored 22 runs. That is a model of concentration.
That's true. And with only 112 runs needed to secure the first innings, I'm sure he'll be looking to bat until the cut-off time this evening, which is just roughly about another 2 hours away. So, with the spinners operating, I'm sure they should finish, around about, at that 6 p.m. cut-off time. I'm not sure what will happen. And, interestingly, Kerry, we have been on the money today. Nikita Miller has now taken himself off. And he has put on what seems to be the off spinner.
It seems like Stephen
Taylor. Right. So Kerry, we have been on the spot as analysts today. He has put on the off spinner from the Blue Mountain end to be bowling to the left-hander Jamie Trenchfield. This means the deliveries will be going away from the batsman, and there's a silly point in. and a slip, a point, a cover, mid-off, mid-on, a regulation mid-wicket, a square leg, and a deep mid-wicket. So let's see what goes with this battle. Here's Taylor into Trenchfield, and Trenchfield is on the front foot and pushing this one. There is no run scored. The score still remains at 70 for 4. 112 runs needed to secure first innings. Remember earlier, Melbourne batted. They were asked to bat by St. Thomas, and they scored 181 all out. Here's Taylor in, and this ball is left alone, a bit of turn on that one, and Jamie Trenchfield is showing that he knows where his off stump is. I'm hoping to see if Taylor has the drifter in his armory. What do you think, Kerry?
I'm waiting to see what will come next. Trenchfield back and cutting. They get one. They'll come back for the second. The ball gets perilously close to the fence, and it's fielded there by Andre McCarthy. A strong throw comes into the wicketkeeper Nepal, and they settle for 2. Jamie Trenchfield, Sean, he has looked very compact in the way he has approached this innings. And what I like about him, when he's playing forward to the spinners, he gets right out. He seems as though he knows exactly where his off stump is. This should be a real good challenge. Here is Taylor. Trenchfield, a Yorker length delivery, and he's down on it very quickly. And that's the end of another over number 25. At the end of it, the score is 72 for the loss of 4 wickets. Kenroy Williams, he is on 22, and with him is Jamie Trenchfield. He's on 2. And Stephen Taylor, he just completed his first over in this innings. The chief destroyer for Melbourne thus far has been Christopher Lamont. He's bowling from the George Headley end, and he has picked up 3 wickets so far. He's picked up 3 prize wickets, especially the prize wicket of Devon Thomas, who has been an integral part of the batting for St. Thomas. Here is Lamont to bowl to Kenroy Williams, who's forward. Kenroy Williams has been batting for over 3 hours now, and he looks to be the rock for the St. Thomas team that everybody has decided to bat around. Here is Williams. He's back, and did he get an edge on it? Did he get an edge on it? Not out, says umpire Hamilton. That ball went past the outside edge very quickly. The wicketkeeper went up. It was a little delay in the appeal. I think they may have heard a sound, but it didn't seem as though it came off the bat. Umpire Hamilton, he has been very firm all morning long. I think he has had a very good game, along with Verdane Smith. There's not been a lot of issues for them really to contend with, but nonetheless, I think they've done a very good job. They've been solid and very firm in their decisions. Here is Kenroy Williams playing forward to another Christopher Lamont delivery, and Lamont allows the ball to come back to him, and he goes back at the top of his mark, twirls away from the George Headley end to bowl to Kenroy Williams, flighted midland leg stump again, and Williams comes down and turns it to the man under the bat. 2 deliveries to go, and a signal given by umpire Hamilton. Just checking with umpire Smith, who is at the striker's end. They've agreed. Yes, it's 2. Here is Lamont. This one is fast and outside the off stump, and Williams lets it go by to Nepal, who collects. He has had a very good game today with the gloves, Sean. He has not made a lot of errors. In fact, I don't recall him making any error. This one is back and punching, and a brilliant stop there by Trevon Griffiths, who dives across to his right there and saved what would have been a sure boundary. And Williams has to hurry back to his crease, and the score stays at 72 for the loss of 4 at the end of over number 26.
That's right. Good stuff here at the Sabina Park field. The St. Thomas batsmen trying to make amends for the wickets they have lost since tea, and the Melbourne bowlers trying to take out some more of these St. Thomas batsmen before they get to that target of 182. Now, the field is being adjusted somewhat. There's a catching cover and an extra cover for Stephen Taylor to Trenchfield. And Trenchfield is dropped. Straightforward chance to the man at Silly Point, Omar Allison. He played forward to a regular delivery from Stephen Taylor. The delivery spun a bit off the pitch and went straight into the lap of Omar Allison at Silly Point. The ball lobbed out and fell. And Jamie Trenchfield lives to fight another day. At least the strategy by Nikita Miller has worked somewhat, It's just for that catch to be taken. Here is Taylor into both to Trenchfield, and this one is on the line of the leg stump, and he plays with a straight bat. The ball squirts out onto the mid wicket, onto the the second or third practice wicket, and there is no run. Stephen Taylor is back again at top of his mark, in and bows to Trenchfield, and this one is a full toss, and Trenchfield plays this one out to mid wicket. 2 bounces to the man who throws in that delivery, and they only get a single. I think Trenchfield was smarting from that drop catch. That ball should have gone for a 4.
I think that what happened with Trenchfield with that delivery was that one got at him a little bit faster than he thought. His hands were not released quick enough to really latch on and put it away. So it got to him a little bit too quick, and he had to squirt it out. But nonetheless, I'm sure he's glad he's off the strike.
He is indeed happy that he's off the strike, as he would be hitting himself, kicking himself, literally, for giving that chance up to the man at Silly Point. Here is Taylor into both to the right-handed Roberts, and this ball is on the line of outside off stump, and the keeper collects. The batsman has left that delivery alone. He won't be chasing that one, and there is no run. Taylor back again to bowl to Roberts, and this delivery is on the line of off stump, and is played neatly behind square, and they will get a single. The keeper gives chase and fields. That is the end of the over, and at the end of the over, the score is 74 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Yes, and Kenroy Williams on that delivery, that ball bounced and spun a bit back into him. I think what he did very well there, Sean, was to allow the ball to come to him. As soon as he felt the ball make contact with the bat, he turned the face, which was what allowed him to get that single behind square. So, again, Kenroy Williams has really shown that he is attuned to this fight that he's in, and he's not looking to do anything that he's not accustomed to doing. What I've seen from him so far is all basic stuff. Here is Lamont to bowl to Williams, who's whipping this one down the ground. Will he go through for the single? That was an easy single. However, Williams was not attuned to it. He sent Trenchfield back. I think that's the only part of Kenroy Williams' batting that has been not so good today. His running between the wickets.
Yes, he has been somewhat unsure, while running. I mean, I think he's in too much of a defensive mode at the moment. He has been batting since the first delivery of the St. Thomas innings, and he is on 23. I think that he should at least have taken the single now, because runs are coming at a premium, and he must make every opportunity to score. The score is still remaining at 74 for the loss of 4 wickets. 108 runs needed to get first innings, and the battle is on here at Sabina Park.
Christopher Lamont at the top of his mark bowls to Williams, who's turning this one to the onside. What you find, Williams is playing a lot of these deliveries into the onside, which I suspect maybe because the ball isn't spinning as much. So because Lamont is bowling more middle and leg stump, he's having to squeeze these deliveries out. Here is Williams back and punching to Trevon Griffiths, who is positioned at that short cover region. He can't beat him. He has tried all day to beat him. I think what he needs to do is to wait on that delivery a little bit longer and try and get a bit more to the left of Trevon Griffiths. Again, he's forward. And you said something that I believe is very instrumental, Sean. Kenroy Williams, he has batted himself into such a defensive position that he doesn't even know, or it seems as though he doesn't even know where the next run is coming from. He doesn't seem as though he's intent on scoring runs. It seems as though he's just intent on surviving. While surviving is good, you still have to score runs to try and ensure that you push your opponents back. At the end of over 28, the score is 74 for the loss of 4 wickets. And Stephen Taylor will do battle against Jamie Trenchfield, the man who gave him a chance in that last over. Trenchfield, again, a full-length delivery. He's trying to squeeze it down to the man at mid-on. Taylor skipped across, but he couldn't cut it off. But the man at mid-on was well placed, and he came down and fielded very easily. Trenchfield is forward, again playing this ball to the man at silly mid-off. Trenchfield, when he gets out to the ball, when he plays forward defensive, he gets right out to the ball. And I think what got the better of him the ball before was that bounce that Taylor got. Here's Trenchfield playing back and squirting this one behind square. He played a little late cut, and he got a single. So now the score moves to 75 for the loss of 4. Kenroy Williams, he will take strike. And again, Kenroy Williams, I dare to say, Sean, that 3 deliveries left in this over. This over is dead.
Williams is really, he has an agenda, and it seems his agenda is to bat out the evening. Stephen Taylor, however, has another agenda given to him by Nikita Miller, and he is trying to get rid of Mr. Williams. These deliveries by Stephen Taylor on the line of the off stump. Williams is playing defensively on both occasions. There are no runs scored. Taylor into Williams, and Williams is back, and this one is short, and he's pulling this one. An aggressive shot by Williams finally. This ball goes down to backward square, and they only get a single.
So Williams has made a liar out of me. That one was short in length, and he came back and pulled it. But because, again, he was not in that aggressive frame of mind, that run-scoring frame of mind, he could have easily hit that ball for 4. But because he was looking to defend first, the ball was so bad, it was so short, that he could not do anything but attack. But because he was in that defensive frame of mind, he didn't get an opportunity to get as much on it as he really should have gotten. And he only succeeded in getting a long single to the man at deep backward square. What we are seeing again is the Melbourne team, really, the Melbourne captain, really and truly getting his field placing right. Every time there's a bad ball and the shot is played, the batsmen have only gotten 1, which tells you that he knows exactly what type of bad balls are likely to come. And the score is now 76 for the loss of 4 wickets. And Williams is intent to make a liar out of me, Sean. That ball, first ball from Christopher Lamont, he came on the front foot and he drove it powerfully down to the man at mid-off. Here he is, this one spinning away. He came back looking to back punch it, and that ball spun off the pitch. Again, this pitch at Savannah Park is one of those wickets that the longer the game goes on, the more it will turn. What you have to do is you have to put some purchase in it. Here is Williams back and punching. As I said before, Sean, you have to play it a little bit later, and that is exactly what he did. He came back, he waited on the ball a little bit later, and he punched it to the left of Trevon Griffith, and he picked up 2 runs there. The start of this over from Kenroy Williams, you have now seen a different intent from him, and it has paid dividends because so far he has looked more aggressive and he has picked up 2 runs. Here is Lamont to bowl to Williams again, who's forward, a much better delivery. It was flatter and again speared into the Midland leg stump, and he had to come down very quickly on it, and there's no run. Here is Lamont. Back is Williams and punching again. That cat and mouse game that he and Trevon Griffith has been playing continues, and Griffith just skips across gently to his right, feels and tosses it back to Christopher Lamont. At the top of his mark, he twirls away from the George Headley end, comes up, flight to delivery, Midland leg stump, and a good stop there by Lamont as he had to go across quickly to his right, and he feels no run scored. 76 for the loss of 4 wickets here on day 1 of this intriguing finals between Melbourne Cricket Club. 78 for the loss of 4 between Melbourne Cricket Club and St. Thomas Cricket Association. St. Thomas Cricket Association, they are in chase of 182 to get first innings honor. Will first innings honor be enough to win them the trophy?
I would certainly hope it goes to the second innings, Mr. Scott. Here we have Stephen Taylor bowling to Trenchfield, and Trenchfield is back and punching this one straight to cover. There is no run. That ball was really short and wide from Stephen Taylor, asking to be hit, but Jamie Trenchfield succeeded in only hitting it straight to Andre McCarthy at cover. This one is full, and Trenchfield is on the front foot and driving back to the bowler. The bowler feels off his own bowling. Stephen Taylor, having a bowl here, was the man of the match last week against the University of the West Indies, where he picked up a century. And this ball is wide, and cutting is Trenchfield, flying past slip. That was almost a chance. The ball run away down to the third man boundary for 4, and Jamie Trenchfield now moves to 8 runs, and the score goes up to 82 for 4.
Sean, Jamie Trenchfield is a very good late cutter off the cricket ball. He plays that stroke very well. What he does very well as well is he pulls. So I know those type of deliveries for him is what you call meat and drinks. And this one goes through the wicketkeeper and through Jamie Trenchfield, and it goes into the fence right about now, and that's 4 byes. That was a brute of a delivery. Trenchfield was forward to it. The ball bounced and zipped past the glove of Nepal. By the time he could have gotten his glove to it, it flew through and hit the boundary ropes by the time Nikita Miller at slip turned around.
That was a brilliant delivery bowled by Stephen Taylor. The ball came in with the angle. Trenchfield proceeded to play down the middle of the pitch. He was beaten in flight, beaten by the turn, and so was the keeper. That was a really good delivery by Stephen Taylor. Had the batsman beaten all ends up, and that ball, if it had not bounced as much as it did, would have cannoned into the stump. Here is Stephen Taylor again bowling to Trenchfield, and this one is playing easily to the man coming around from backward square to field. There is no run, and Stephen Taylor is really giving Jamie Trenchfield a hard time. Trenchfield is really uncomfortable against the off spinner. He is Stephen Taylor back. This one is short, and Trenchfield is back and working it into the vacant mid-wicket area. Acres of space and an easy single taken. The score moves on to 87 for 4, and the score, the runs needed now reduced to 95. So, into double figures for the men from St. Thomas, and Melbourne should be worried.
Indeed, Melbourne should really be worried. But nonetheless, in my opinion, I believe just any wicket now, any 1 or 2 wickets added to the score will put considerable amount of pressure on any batsman who's coming after these 2. The good thing is there's Kenroy Williams who's still there. This is showing just how important it is for you to stay out there, stick it out, bat some balls. What has happened now? Nikita Miller has been forced to remove the chief destroyer, who is Christopher Lamont, and introduce himself at the George Headley end. Is this a case where we will see Christopher Lamont coming at the commentary box end? That is we're left to see. Nonetheless, I believe Nikita Miller feels a little bit more comfortable bowling from the George Headley end. That is one of the ends that he normally bowls when he plays for Jamaica. Here he is, flight to deliver to Trenchfield. And is this a catch? Is this? Trenchfield is gone. The very first deliver from Nikita Miller. Trenchfield does not look happy about the decision, but he has to go. It seems as though Trenchfield has been caught under the bat. That first delivery from Nikita Miller, it was flighted on the line of the off stump. Trenchfield was forward. The ball ballooned in the air. The man under the bat on the onside, he took a very good catch. He had to dive forward for it. And there was the finger of umpire Hamilton going up. Trenchfield didn't look very happy about it. He stood on the pitch. He asked the umpire what was happening. But like everybody else, he has to go.
That's right, he has to go indeed. And that ball got some bounce from Nikita Miller and turn. Trenchfield was looking to play down that delivery, but it spun a bit and ballooned. It spun a bit and ballooned, and the man at short leg was a bit deep. He has been placed in that position from the start of the innings. He had to take a step forward and dive, and he really made some ground. Took that catch, and Trenchfield is going back to the dressing room. It is 87 for 5, 95 runs needed by St. Thomas to get the first innings of score of 181, and incoming to take strike is the former West Indies and Jamaica wicketkeeper Carlton Barr Jr.
And former Melbourne Cricket Club player. Carlton Barr Jr., he came in, when he was walking to the crease, he came in to a lot of chatter from the Melbourne players. The man who was under the bat, he had a mouthful. The wicketkeeper seemed as though he had a mouthful to say to Carlton Barr Jr. And I know that there must be a lot of yapping out there towards Carlton Barr Jr. This should be a very intriguing contest. Nikita Miller bowling to Carlton Barr Jr. Here is Miller. Flight delivery, boys back and cutting well. It gets past the man at cover and it hits the boundary ropes just about now, and that's 4 runs. The score moves to 91 for the loss of 5 wickets. Can we see here Carlton Barr Jr. maybe looking to take the fight to his old Melbourne teams?
He will look to take the fight, Kerry Scott. That ball was sitting outside the half stump. It's his first delivery, not in the defensive mood as Mr. Williams, and he was back and cutting that one beautifully down to the Kingston Cricket Club stand. Immediately, Nikita Miller makes a change, dropping the man from cover point down deep, right in front of the Kingston Cricket Club stand in the shadows to save that boundary ball. Nikita Miller immediately gone around the bowl left arm around the stump to Carlton Barr. This delivery he is in to Barr, and this one is on the line of stump, and there's an appeal for LBW. There a loud and vociferous appeal by Melbourne. Umpire Hamilton shakes his head for the not-out decision. Barr is unmoved. The Melbourne players are all dropping their hands. They really wanted this wicket. They really want and need this wicket. The score is 91 for 5. Interesting evening we have ahead of us, Kerry Scott.
Very interesting evening. Now we see who the Melbourne team really want to get off the pitch. They would love to get Carlton Barr Jr. off the pitch this evening. They would love to get him off the pitch, and I'm sure they would have a few words to say to him on his way out. Here is Nikita Miller, and Barr is back and cutting, and the man who is on the cover boundary comes into play right away as he sends a throw back in, and it almost went for some overthrows. The batsman, Kenroy Williams, he apologized to the keeper as he got in his way. Nikita Miller at the top of his mark. I think right about now, Sean, even without getting Carlton Barr Jr. out, if this Melbourne team was to get Kenroy Williams out, it would be a bonus for them because he has really been that wall that has been in their way. Here's Nikita Miller to bowl to Williams, who's forward and punching back down the pitch. And there's no run. And at the end of over number 32, it is 92 for the loss of 5 wickets. The St. Thomas team, they are still some 90 runs adrift from getting first innings honors here at Sabina Park. And one would believe that if once they get the runs, or if they don't get the runs, that it would more than likely be a 1 innings game. That is all left up to what will happen tomorrow morning.
And the wickets to fall so far are Kenroy Williams. He was undone by a steepler of a bouncer from O'Shane Thomas. Lamont, he picked up 3 wickets. He picked up the wickets of Devon Thomas, Cashane Roberts, and Siobhan Simpson. And the last wicket to go was that of Jamie Trenchfield, caught at short leg off the bowling of Nikita Miller. 5 wickets have been snared by the Melbourne Cricket Club for 92 runs. St. Thomas needing 90 runs. Their captain on strike, and Lamont has been changed to this end. Kerry, you have been on spot all day.
Indeed. Again, they're going back to their bread and butter. Bread and butter has been the 2 left-arm spinners right through. From the quarterfinals all the way now up to the finals, they have been their bread and butter. They will live and die using the left-arm spinners. And this one is swept away behind square and swept lovely by Carlton Barr Jr. And that's 4 runs. 96 for the loss of 5 wickets. Carlton Barr Jr., Sean, he seems as though he's going to take the fight to his old teammates.
That's correct, Kerry Scott. He is in the no nonsense mood. That delivery was lined outside leg stump. He went for the sweep shot. There is a man placed deep backward square. He had no chance. That was beautifully swept by a ball. That went for 4 runs. Oh, this is a brilliant delivery here by Lamont. This delivery was pitched up to ball. He went back. There it was he seemed to get some bat onto that one. That was an inside edge. It was a stifled appeal from the Melbourne players. They knew he got some bat on it, and the umpire said not out correctly. This delivery is the ball, and it's short, and it's back, and it's cutting. There's no run taken. A diving man at backward point, letting that stop looking more elaborate than it really was. Brilliant all-round cricket here by both teams. I think the arrival of Carlton Ball has switched on this Melbourne outfit.
So the Melbourne team, they're on a high. Here's ball. He shimmied down the crease a little bit, and he got right out to that one. This is intriguing stuff here at Sabina Park. Carlton Ball Jr., he's doing battle with his old teammates. Here is Christopher Lamont, Chief Destroyer. That one beautifully bowled, and there's a loud appeal for caught behind. Not out, says umpire Verdain Smith. That ball bounced and spun. Carlton Ball Jr. did extremely well to drop his hand there, Sean.
He did well, and there was a delayed appeal. I think these umpires know when, the players know that it's not out. The ball was delivered by Lamont. The keeper collected it, did not appeal, ran around, and then appealed. You won't be getting these decisions from these umpires who have been on spot all day. Umpire Verdain Smith and umpire Athol Hamilton, 2 of Jamaica's, more promising umpires. One man is from Kingston and the other man from St. Catherine. They have, done some good work in the umpiring field. That was the over, and now Nikita Miller is to bowl to Mr. Kenroy Williams, who is taking strike. He's on 26. Ball remains on 9. Here is Nikita Miller. He is in and he bowls to Williams, who is pushing this one down to the cover region. Cover region skips around. He's unable to stop it, but it rolls down to mid-off, who does the fielding, and there is no run. Nikita Miller goes back to his mark. He's in again. That run up. He delivers this ball, which is on the line of stump, and the batsman is beaten. All ends up. That was a brilliant delivery. It came in with the angle. It pitched. It spun. It left the batsman, and Nepal was in the right position to collect. Here is Nikita Miller into Mr. Williams again, and Williams is on the back foot playing this ball that was up to the bat. It goes out to cover. There is no run. That was the third delivery of the over. There is a deep square leg, a mid-wicket, a mid-on in place, mid-off cover, silly point, a point, and a slip. Here is Miller into Williams, and Williams is forward. Ball goes back along the pitch for Nikita Miller to field. There is no run. The score remains on 96 for 5. St. Thomas chasing Melbourne's first innings score of 181. They need a further 86 runs. Here is Miller into Williams, and Williams is forward. He is solid, has been solid, a bit defensive, but solid. This is a very intriguing contest. 96 for 5. 86 runs needed. Williams on 26. Captain Ball is with him on 9. Here is Miller into Williams, and this ball is down the leg side and off the pad. There is no run taken. The keeper does the fielding, and that's the end of the over. Very good testing over there by Captain Nikita Miller of the Melbourne Cricket Club.
96 for 5. And just a little bit of history, Jamaican cricket history. One can say that the Melbourne Cricket Club, they have been the most successful club in terms of local cricket for over the last 25 years. Since 1990, they have won the Senior Cup some 6 times, and they have more than anybody else. They have won the 50-over competition some 13 times more than anybody else. So, they've really done some extremely good work. They've bred a lot of Jamaica and West Indies players, which means that they must have a very good program at the Melbourne Cricket Club. And again, this one is hit on the pad, and he's out. Carlton Ball Jr. goes leg before wicket to Christopher Lamont, and the Melbourne team, they all run off to the cover region over by the party stand to celebrate. Everybody goes after Christopher Lamont. A massive wicket here for Melbourne Cricket Club. Christopher Lamont, take a bow. You have done well again, young man. He picked up 8 wickets in the semi-finals against UWI team, a strong UWI team who vertically went through unbeaten all the way to the semi-finals until they arrived and saw this young man, Christopher Lamont. He's been knocking on the door year after year after year after year. He's been getting wickets. Nonetheless, he has never been able to get a Jamaica game. Carlton Ball Jr., he goes. A massive wicket for Melbourne. Incoming batsman, Marvin Darlington. He's a very attacking player. What sort of approach will he take? Will he take the approach to bat sessions? Will he take the approach to bring the attack to the Melbourne bowling? It's 96 for 6. 4 wickets left. Four wickets left for St. Thomas to get 86 runs. Melbourne, I am sure that right now my money would be on them. As I said to you earlier, Sean, I'm going to say again, 181 runs on this wicket with the type of bowling that Melbourne has is always going to be a very tough task for this St. Thomas team to get.
Indeed, Kerry, indeed. Very interesting game so far. 96 for the loss of 6 wickets, and Christopher Lamont is wreaking havoc in this St. Thomas batting lineup. He has neared 4 wickets. LBW, stumped, caught and bowled, and the St. Thomas batsmen are having problems with Mr. Lamont. So has many other batsmen had problem with Mr. Lamont. He's waiting for Marvin Darlington, the new batsman, also a former KC student, to take strike now from Lamont. Lamont is into Darlington, and Darlington is on the back foot and playing this one behind square, and he's off to take a single. First delivery he faces, he scores. So that moves the score to 97 for 6. And a very interesting game here down by Sabina Park, being streamed live for the first time, the Jamaica Cricket Association's Senior Cup Finals. This is a 2-day match, so it will be on for today and tomorrow. So come down and watch some lovely cricket. An interesting day's play so far. I would like to hear what my co-commentator has to say.
Indeed, a very interesting day so far. I think that the players have really turned up. I think St. Thomas, they gave a real good account of themselves when they were bowling. And the Melbourne team, they're showing their worth. They have arguably 2 of the best bowlers in Jamaica today. I'm sure when you talk about spin bowlers in Jamaica, the top 5 names that will come right off the bat are Nikita Miller, Damian Jacobs, Paul Harrison of Kingston Cricket Club, Kemar Allen of St. Anne, and Christopher Lamont. These bowlers have been doing the job year in, year out. Again, another question asked by Christopher Lamont. He has 4 wickets. He's probing. He's looking for his 5th wicket. He's asking questions. Kenroy Williams, he's been batting for almost 4 hours, and yet he's still having difficulties with the bowling of Christopher Lamont. He has now succeeded in squeezing this one behind square. Again, that one came back with the arm. It was a little bit quicker, but he was attuned to it. He got the bat right out to it, closed the face a little bit, and what we call a leg glance. He glanced it just behind square and picked up a single. Darlington, however, he has been playing a lot of limited overs cricket. He has played a lot of cricket in the States on varied wickets. However, he has been in Jamaica for a few months now, and he has been doing well for the St. Thomas team. He's not been making a lot of runs. When you look at him, he has put on some amount of weight, but nonetheless, he's still a very tough cookie. As you see there, he stroked that ball neatly down to the man at long on, and he picked up a single. He's a very elegant type of batsman. But nonetheless, he has a wide range of shots. To spin bowlers, he likes to use his feet. He plays well down the ground. He sweeps the ball well. He has a wide range of shots. Today, I'm sure a lot of that will be asked of him. You said earlier, Sean, that St. Thomas team has a lot of batting. Well, guess what? The bulk of their batting have now gone. It's now down to Marvin Darlington. One would think that he's the last of the rear guard. And Kenroy Williams, who has been there since the start. He has batted now close to 4 hours. He has a lot of work left to do. The score is 99 for the loss of 6 wickets. Still another 83 runs to get. 4 wickets for Melbourne to get first in his honors. My money right now is slightly in favor of Melbourne, if I was a betting man.
That's right, Kerry. If back to live action, and this ball is driven hard down the ground by Darlington from Nikita Miller. Nobody moves except the fielder that has gone to retrieve same, and that ball is adding 4 more runs to the total. They have broken the 100-run barrier. It's now 103 runs for 6 wickets. 79 more runs needed to get first innings, and Darlington moves up to 6 runs. A good shot there, playing all along the ground for 4 runs.
As I said earlier, Marvin Darlington is a sort of no-nonsense player. He likes to play shots. He likes to get after bowling. Nikita Miller, he can't just lob the balls to him. He has to put some reps on it. Here he is. Oh, that's a lovely delivery by Nikita Miller. He put a little bit more rev on that one. Darlington tried to whip it into the onside. It spun and took the leading edge and went right back to Nikita Miller all along the ground. Darlington was very fortunate that he got very close to that delivery. If he had been maybe 6 inches away from it, maybe that leading edge would have taken it back into the hands of Nikita Miller. Forward is Darlington. Now, Darlington is from the old school, the school of Roy McLean. When he plays forward, his head gets right over that delivery, and he doesn't really have a lot of problem with playing forward. The challenge with Darlington is when he goes on the attack. Sometimes he believes a certain delivery is there that is really not. Here is Miller. The ball to Darlington, who's whipping. And is he out? Yes, he is. He's out stumped. Marvin Darlington is out stumped. A ball that was flighted on the middle and leg stump region. Darlington again, Sean, as I said to you, the very ball before, the 2 balls before, Nikita Miller put a little bit more spin on it. The ball was aimed middle and leg stump. Darlington tried to whip the ball into the onside. He got the leading edge, but again, what saved him, he was very close to delivery. This time around, as I said before, if he got himself 6 inches away from the ball, giving the ball a little bit more time to turn and beat that bat, he may be in some trouble. We saw it there. He tried the same shot, ball spun a little bit more on him, and he's out stumped.
Right. I was just about to say, Kerry, before Darlington got out, that he was living dangerously. So because each time Nikita Miller delivered that ball from around the stump, his bat was turning in his hand. He played a couple of strokes, one that went like a bullet down to long on, which I'm sure Nikita Miller in his mind was okay with, because that is the stroke that he wants him to play. That is the mindset that he wants him to be in, to think that he is in control, when really and truly Nikita Miller was just pulling him into a trap. And that delivery was released on the line of the middle and off stump, was flighted. Darlington took the bait. He went for the drive, missed it completely. The ball spun. Nepal, who has had a great game so far with the gloves, didn't hesitate to take off the bails. In a flash, Darlington back in the dressing room. St. Thomas are now 103 for 7, and Melbourne is really in the ascendancy right now.
And one would believe that it's curtains for St. Thomas from here, because I really and truly don't envision the rest of batsmen to come being able to negotiate Nikita Miller and Christopher Lamont towards the end. What we'll see going forward are people coming out trying to survive, not batsmen who are good enough to negotiate the kind of bowling that we're seeing here today. We're seeing extremely good bowling. We're seeing very good cricket. And I really and truly don't believe that this St. Thomas team has the type of depth in their batting at the back end to compete with Nikita Miller and Christopher Lamont.
At the wicket now is the new right-handed batsman Omar Brooks. He's also the medium fast bowler from St. Thomas. He's sporting a nice orange and white pair of batting shoes, a Buster jersey, and the field is now being changed for Christopher Lamont. The batsman on strike is the opener Kenroy Williams. There's a long on, deep extra cover, and a deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg. What is happening now is what happened when Nikita Miller was batting today and he was given the singles by Carlton Ball. The question is, will Kenroy Williams take the singles? He is just in defensive mode, pushing and prodding. Here is Lamont to Williams, and he's back and pushing this one down the pitch, and there is no run. The mid wicket, which was in a regular position, has now been moved to a short leg position for the catch. Here is Lamont into Williams, and he is down the pitch and driving this one down to long on. They will take the single. It is the fielder runs in, that is Andre McCarthy. He throws in, they only get the single. They won't try to run two with McCarthy. He has a rocket of an arm. Remember those days when you were Mighty Mouse, Kerry?
Indeed. I had a mighty arm. I don't know where it went. I just woke up one morning and
it wasn't there.
It wasn't there. Somebody stole my arm.
Age, Kerry, age. Back to live action. Brooks to take first strike. He has sort of not so much of a good day. He didn't get a wicket today when he bowled, and he now is in the precarious position of trying to get St. Thomas another 78 runs needed for first innings. The score now is 104 for 7, and he is playing this ball around square leg. It came off the pad, and there was no run taken as the keeper, Nepal, quickly ran around to get this delivery. I'm sure Melbourne is not missing Carlton ball at the moment because Nepal has really done well with the gloves.
Indeed, he has. Here is Lamont, the bowl to Brooks, and Brooks is whipping this one. Goes straight to McCarthy, who comes on very quickly, and he feels, and there is no run. Sean, one of the things that I hope that the West Indies Cricket Board will reintroduce is our blind cricket competition. We've not had a competition since 2011. The last winners were Barbados. Jamaica, before that, won some 5 years in a row. Here is Lamont. This one is stroked back down the pitch to him. And that's the end of another over. And at the end of it, the score is 104 for the loss of 7 wickets. Another 78 runs needed for the St. Thomas team to take first innings honours. And just 3 wickets left for this Melbourne outfit to claim their first innings honour. Which way will it go? Only time will tell.
Only time will tell, Kerry. And I can see the Melbourne team running around. They are quite happy now with the position of the game, and they are trying to tighten all the screws so that St. Thomas does not come in earshot of this first inning score of 181 made this morning by the Melbourne cricket team. Nikita Miller has taken up the bowling again from the George Edley stand end, and he's in to bowl to Williams, and Williams is forward defensively, missed that delivery as it spun away and neatly taken by Nepal behind the stumps. He's a very small man, Nepal. There is a slip, a cover, a point, a man on the deep extra cover boundary, a long off, a long on, and a deep mid wicket. Nick Miller is into bowl, and Williams is forward. Williams has really been rock solid. He has not been troubled by the bowling, just that he has had several opportunities to score, which he chose not to. Here is Nikita Miller into Williams again, and Williams is on the back foot and playing defensively. That was the third delivery of the over. No runs have been scored. Therefore, the score remains at 104 for 7. 78 needed to secure first innings points. And Williams is on 27, not out, and Brooks on 0. Here is Miller into Williams, and he's rocked on the point. There's a loud appeal, and Mr. Atal Hamilton raises that dreaded finger. Williams is on the pitch. He is not so sure if that is out, but he has to go. The umpire's decision is final. Melbourne celebrate. St. Thomas, they are dejected once more. One more bites the dust, and 8 wickets down, Kerry. Do they have a chance of getting the first innings?
I said to you when at the fall of Carlton Bar Jr.'s wicket that to me was curtains. I don't think that this St. Thomas team would have had sufficient firepower to combat the bowling of Christopher Lamont and Nikita Miller. You could see that the momentum was shifting from St. Thomas to Melbourne. You saw in that middle passage where Nikita Miller took himself off and tried a couple, Stephen Taylor, and he came back again. He brought Lamont back from this end. You could see the wheels turning in his head. You could see that he was trying everything that he could have possibly done to try and prize a 1 wicket or 2 wicket here, and that has proven successful for him. We're at a water break now. That will give me an opportunity to just say hearty congratulations to the West Indies female team who won the World Cup a few months ago. Also, the under-19s. I think what the under-19s did, it was really and truly special for me more than anybody else, more than anything else. One of the things that I loved about that win was the passion that the youngsters showed, and right away, as they came back home, a couple of them were included in their regional teams, their franchise teams, which is very good, because one of the things that we cannot take pride in is how many of our young promising players normally go adrift after doing well at the under-19 level. This is something that I think our regional boards need to look into. This is something that I think that government bodies need to look into. How can they assist the regional boards? How can they help with the development of these athletes? We see in Jamaica where the sports ministry, they have done a lot to track and field. They've done a lot with football, a lot of support. I'd love to see a lot more support being channeled into the cricket. Cricket is again on the rise in the Caribbean. We have a lot of players who are coming through. We have a lot of youngsters who are doing well. We need the support from everybody, from the government, from private sector. We need to invest in the sport. That's the only way we're going to get real and true returns from it. If we invest in it, if we do not invest in the sport, then we'll continue to get the kind of returns that we're getting, which are ordinary returns. I hear a lot of persons knocking the West Indies Cricket Board, knocking the players. There's just this constant blame, throwing left, right, and center. In my opinion, I believe what we need to be doing is looking to see how best we can work together as one unit to try and uplift West Indies cricket. At the end of the day, it's about West Indies cricket. It's not about that person or that person. It's about West Indies cricket.
It is about West Indies cricket and, the overall development of the sport. We would like to see the cricket going forward as a nation, not only as a nation but as a region. We really are happy when West Indies is on top, as the song says. Champion. We are all champions in our own right. And a quick water break taken. Melbourne is in the ascendancy. 104 for 7, 78 needed for first innings. Nikita Miller, the captain and champion of Melbourne, to bowl to Gavin Brown on strike. He has bowled him. That was so easy. The delivery came down on the middle stump. We're all surprised in the box. We did not believe that ball passed through. Nikita Miller delivering left arm around the stump straight to Gavin Brown. He only faces one delivery, bowled middle stump, gone back to the pavilion to have an early shower. 104 for 9. St. Thomas, you really are down and out now. What can they do to stop this?
Well, one would ask, what could they have done to stop this? Because at this point in time, I think it's a matter of when. Keena Wallace strolls out after such a long day. Gavin Wallace passes him, and I'm sure, as you said a while ago, an early shower, I think the time left in before close of play for day one here. Keena Wallace, he's strolling out. He looks very dejected. He looks very tired. For somebody who ran in today, bowled his heart out, and here he is right now, facing up to Nikita Miller, and he's also thinking about maybe coming back to have a bowl again in under a few minutes.
Right, he is indeed looking a bit lethargic at this moment. He bowled his heart out today, consistent line and length, and now he's having to take strike at 3 minutes past 5 p.m. in Kingston at Sabina Park in the final of the JCA Senior Cricket League. Here is the Melbourne Cricket Club on top of St. Thomas. Nikita Miller to bowl. Keano Wallace is forward and playing easily as if he was batting from yesterday. No problems covering that ball, and that's the end of the over.
So that's 4 wickets for Nikita Miller, 4 wickets for Lamont, and 1 solitary wicket for Shane Thomas. Let me tell you, Sean, this has been a workmanlike performance from Nikita Miller and also Christopher Lamont. This has been a real good showing from the Melbourne team. They've used all their experience in this game. They've used everything that they know. They've used all heart and spirit to pull themselves back into this game. After getting 181 and a flat batting wicket, I personally knew, however, that 181 was would have been very difficult for the St. Thomas team to get. I saw them last week in Goodyear, over at Goodyear, against Kingston Cricket Club. Kingston Cricket Club has a similar bowling lineup. They have 2 left-arm spinners. They have Paul Harrison, who is one of the top wicket takers in the Senior Cup, and they have Patrick Harty Jr., who's also one of the top wicket takers in the Senior Cup. They had literally very few answers to these bowlers. Paul Harrison got 7 for 33. It told you that the St. Thomas team, they have an issue batting left-arm spinners. And we're again seeing it again here today. So, it really has manifested itself. But it is something that has been coming since last week. The score now inches to 105 for 9. Another 77 runs for St. Thomas to get. This one is driven firmly back to Christopher Lamont. It hits him in the left ankle. There's a very firm drive there by Keano Wallace. He's a very tall man. He really throws that bat around like a sledgehammer. Lamont still smarting from that ball that hit him in his ankle. He's grimacing a bit, trying to flex it. Keano Wallace walks away to square leg region, trying to gather himself. Lamont is also trying to gather himself. I think he's about ready. So is Keano Wallace. Here is Lamont. Comes up, bowls to Wallace, and Wallace is back and cutting. He can't beat. That's Javel Glenn at the point region. Sends a strong throw back to wicketkeeper Nepal. And the man under the bat is Allison. Allison looks very spirited. He has been spirited all day since he's been out. He didn't make a lot of runs, but surely he has given a lot of energy to his bowlers and fielders. Here is Lamont. And again, Wallace is forward. He looked a bit uncomfortable there with that one as it trickled back down to Lamont. The rainbirds are coming across, but there's no sign of the rain. Here is Lamont. This one is flighted and stroked gently back down the pitch to him. He had to go across his left and feel it. He rubs his hand in the dirt, trying to get a hold onto the ball.
Right, his grip is probably from the sweating, because he has bowled, apart from the one over that he was changed and switched non-stop to this, and he has bowled non-stop really.
Ooh, this delivery back and coming in with the arm, and Keano Wallace survives another Christopher Lamont over. But will Brooks survive Nikita Miller, who's chomping at the bit?
Chomping at the bit he is, and he has now tied for most wickets in this innings with Lamont. Lamont was the one who, the chief destroyer in the earlier part of St. Thomas's innings. He had 4 wickets early, and then now Nikita Miller, the captain of the Melbourne, took charge. He was the one who really strangled the St. Thomas batting, and he got 4 wickets as well to his name. O'Shane Thomas, as you said earlier, the fast bowler with that steepling bumper, got rid of the opener. Now, at 105 for 9, Melbourne certainly in the ascendancy. 77 runs needed for first innings, and Nikita Miller to deal with. Here is Nikita Miller into Brooks, and Brooks drives this one a bit in the air, and it goes down to the long off boundary for a single. Brooks moves to 2 runs, and the score is now 106 for 9. chasing 181 made by Melbourne Cricket Club this morning. St. Thomas needing 76 runs to get first innings. Melbourne needing to take 1 wicket to get first innings. At this time of the evening in a 2-day match, interestingly poised, would you say, Kerry Scott?
Interestingly poised, I wouldn't say so. I would say that, look, start up the roller because Melbourne will be batting soon.
Right, they will be batting soon, and we hope to get some good weather tomorrow, just like today, and a full result, a full day's play, and a clean result from tomorrow. Here is Miller, still into bowl to Brooks, and Brooks is sweeping across the line, totally missing this delivery. It runs away down to the third man boundary. They run 2, they won't get 3. It's fielded now by McCarthy, and buys our signal. That one spun past Nepal. He has had a good day with the gloves. That one tricked him. It's the second time now we see him being beaten by the guile of Nikita Miller. It was from this end, Nikita Miller spinning one. No, it was Stephen Taylor. Stephen Taylor actually beating the batsman all ends up, and that one flew past Nepal. And again, Nikita Miller this time. And he has really been doing well. Here is Nikita Miller, still into bowl to... It's now Wallace who is on strike. The score is 108 for the loss of 9 wickets. 74 needed to get first innings. The tall man from St. Thomas is on strike, Keno Wallace, to Nikita Miller. And he turns, or it's Brooks, and he turns this one into mid-wicket. And the crowd cheers for this run. Very attentive crowd here. They are cheering on every run that is scored by the St. Thomas number 10 and number 11. They have to, because they have to reduce the deficit as close as possible to that 181 carry. If not, cross the line.
Well, if they cross the line of that 181 tomorrow, I can tell you, Sean, I won't be here. But you know, one can just tell the team that is in the ascendancy. If I were to walk into the stadium at the beginning of Nikita Miller's over, at the beginning of Christopher Lamont's over, I would easily been able to say that, oh, clearly the bowling team are in the ascendancy.
Yes, indeed, the bowling team is in the ascendancy. And here is Lamont. This one is rocked on the pad, and there's an appeal for LBW. The umpire takes his time, raises the finger. St. Thomas is all out, 109, and they have been bowled out by the Melbourne team, who has secured the first innings, a lead of 73 runs, and Melbourne Cricket Club will be batting this evening, as predicted by Kerry Scott. We will be giving you the roundup shortly. There's been a frenetic day of cricket. 181 runs scored by Melbourne when they batted. 2 players getting half centuries. Andre McCarthy, the Jamaican player, first class player, and Trevon Griffiths, coming from Guyana, he made 55. McCarthy 63. Keno Wallace with figures of 11 overs, 2 maidens, 39 runs, 4 wickets. Gavin Brown 10 overs, 2 maidens, 35 runs, 2 wickets. Kenroy Williams 14 overs, 4 maidens, 36 runs and 3 wickets. Devon Thomas without a wicket in 3 overs. Brooks without a wicket in 3 overs. And Darlington 9.4 overs, 1 maiden, 39 runs and 1 wicket for the 181 runs. At their turn to bat, they started off brightly with openers Kenroy Williams and Kevin Williams. They sought to go after the bowling of O'Shane Thomas. He was bowling quickly, not backing down, got a bumper in and got rid of Kevin Williams, and it was all downhill from there. The spin of Lamont and Nikita Miller, prizing 5 wickets for Lamont, 4 wickets for Nikita Miller, 9 wickets between them, and 1 for O'Shane Thomas, taking 10 wickets for all of 109 runs. They were at one stage at 51 for 2. The last 8 wickets falling for a mere 58 runs. Well done by Melbourne Cricket Club. It's their turn to come out and bat. Let's have the roller on the pitch, says the umpire.
Indeed. And, you know, this was something that was always on the cards. The moment the Melbourne bowling was able to break that heart of the St. Thomas batting, which would have been the Devon Thomas, Jamie Trenchfield, Kashane Roberts, Marvin Darlington. Once they were able to get past that four, that middle four, who has really been the rock for them all season long, they have been the ones to really get them over the line in a lot of these games. Once they were able to get those wickets relatively cheaply, one knew that it would have been just a matter of time before the St. Thomas team capitulated. And, you know, it's just unfortunate that it has played out in this way, because it started out as though it would have been a game that had a lot of promise. It's just unfortunate that the St. Thomas team has not been able to live up to the standard that we all expected from them. But nonetheless, it was an excellent workmanlike performance from the Melbourne team, and led by Nikita Miller with his captaincy. I think he got almost everything spot on today. Even when he brought Stephen Taylor in for a few overs, that first over that he brought him in, he created a chance. Albeit the catch was put down at silly mid off, but at the end of the day, he created a chance. He didn't have him bowling too long. He pulled him out immediate after about 4 overs. He brought himself back on from the George Adley end. He wasn't getting much. Not much was happening for him at the commentary box end. He brought himself on from the George Adley end. Immediately, the very first delivery he bowled to Jamie Trenchfield, he got him out caught. After that, the wickets came. Then he brought back Christopher Lamont at the commentary box end. That too paid dividends. So at the end of the day, Christopher Lamont, he has ended with 5 wickets here in this innings, coming off the back of 8 wickets in the semi-finals against UWI. So, you know, all in all, I think it was a very, 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 very good effort from the Melbourne team. I think they did extremely well. I think their feeling was on point. I think the wicketkeeper, he was very good. The man under the bat, Omar Allison, it seemed as though he was very vibrant. He was talking from ball 1 all the way through. Even when there was that little passage where St. Thomas had a little partnership going, he was still very much attuned to the game. Melbourne lead by 72, which to me is a significant lead, because anything over 200 runs on this pitch, a St. Thomas team batted second on this pitch. Anything over 200 runs will be extremely difficult to get. And when you look at it, St. Thomas, after having bowled their hearts out in the first innings, their fast bowlers will have to come back out and try and do it all over again. I don't think that they will come out and have the same kind of energy and effort and vim and vitality that we saw in the first innings. I don't think that we'll be seeing that throughout the end of the day. But if I were the St. Thomas captain, what I'd be saying to my players is, look, gentlemen, at this stage, it is all or nothing. My fast bowlers, I know you're tired. I know you've done a lot of work, but I'm asking you for one last burst in this evening. After this evening, you can go home, get your foot up, have a nice cold shower, get nice rest in, and you come back tomorrow and look to try and do it all over again. But the key for St. Thomas must be to try and snare as many wickets as possible tonight. And by that I mean maybe they'll have another, let's say another 30 minutes, 35 minutes of play. That would equate to how many overs? That's about, let's say, about 8 overs. About 8 overs. So within that 8 over period, if I were the St. Thomas captain, if I were the St. Thomas captain, I would not be telling my fast bowlers to hustle through. What I'd be telling them, look, we're going to cruise the evening out, but every single delivery that we bowl this evening, it must be bowled with energy and effort. If we're not able to bowl the 8 overs, let us bowl 6 overs. But those 6 overs, those 36 deliveries will be 36 serious, concentrated deliveries. It only takes 10 deliveries to get one team out. Within that 36 delivery, if I can bowl 2 or 3 wicket-taking deliveries within that 36 deliveries, I'd be good.
Yes, that's right. As was said earlier, Melbourne are leading by 72 runs. We will be back in a short while.
Spend our money done. Yeah. You're supposed to come by about Sunday. So I tell her, I said, buy this one. She said, I don't have money. I said, she said she don't have money. She spend half a sheet have. And she said, so you can't give me money. I said, I don't have money. So you know, always never have money. I said, so where you get money from? She said, ask Rihanna. And I tell her, I said, you know somebody ask her for the money. But she just need her. I don't want to run the money thing yet. So how you have that thing? You see her on the Facebook. And some pictures she have. Comment them and make. And straight in her head move. That now whisper in her ears. I'm going to find that our problem. She don't have nobody will know her brain here. I'm going to go straight to there. Yeah, man. Every can read our mind. Yeah.
So, welcome back to Sabina Park. And the action has gotten underway in the second innings of Melbourne Cricket Club. They have lost their first wicket. Tariq White, he has been bowled by Gavan Brown for a king pair. Or no, a pair. We call it a pair. So it seems as though there is some amount of haji-baji going on here. Umpire Atal Hamilton having to get up into the face of Trevon Griffith and Carlton Ball Jr., it seems. So there's a lot of chatter going on. And Ball is having to be ushered away by Darlington. So umpire Hamilton had to get involved there. It seems as though there were some words being exchanged between Carlton Ball Jr. and Trevon Griffiths. And Melbourne, they've lost their first wicket here without a run on the board. Tariq White goes again without scoring. And his miserable time in this finals continues. So Gavin Brown, he'll be bowling. This one is outside the off-stump and is allowed appeal for caught behind. Oh, they're all up. The batsman is unmoved. He's unmoved. And Carlton Ball Jr. had to hustle across the man at first slip to try and take that one. But that one swung a mighty long way. The left arm seamer coming over the wicket to the left-hander. That ball pitched outside the off stump and curled away from him. And Stephen Taylor, he looks very jittery out there. Here is Gavan Brown again to bowl to Taylor. And Taylor is forward, playing defensively from the top of his crease. And there's no run. A very good over thus far from Gavan Brown. I think his danger ball is the one that comes back into the right-hander, which would be the one that goes away from the left-hander. But he does possess getting that ball to go across the right-hander. That's the one that will be coming back in to the left-hander. Here is Brown coming from the commentary box end. And this one is beaten outside the off stump. No, he gets a thick outside the edge, and the man at gully goes across very quickly. And he gets one hand to it, but he can't stop them from going through for a single. And finally, Melbourne, they're on the way with a single. So it's 1-for-1 after over number 1. That one belonging to Stephen Taylor. Stephen Taylor, he's coming off 150 in the semi-finals against the UWI. However, everybody has to start from 0 in their next innings that he did in the first innings. He only got 7 runs before he was trapped LBW to Gavan Brown. And Brown again zeroing in on those pads in that first over. So Keno Wallace, he will be coming from the George Headley end, and he'll be bowling to Stephen Taylor. So St. Thomas, they could not have asked for a better start. They've gotten a very early wicket, a wicket in the first over, the wicket of Tariq White, who went without scoring again. He has not troubled the scorers any at all. The only trouble he has given the scorers is to write his name down, time in and time out.
Tariq White has been having a lean season. Scores of 0 and 12 in the last game against the University. Scores of 0 and 0 in the game before the University. And now scores of 0 and 0 against St. Thomas. Here is Keno Wallace bowling from the George Henley stand end. And he is bowling to Stephen Taylor, the left-handed batsman out of the United States, playing for Barbados Tridents in the CPL competition. Last year, he played for them, and this year he'll also be playing for them. He is on strike. With him is Trevon Griffiths, the left-handed batsman out of Guyana, who is also playing for Jamaica. That delivery was bowl and stump, and there's a whole lot of chatter taking place on the pitch. This is really getting interesting. The Melbourne players are in the ears, the St. Thomas players, are in the ears of the Melbourne batsmen. They are leaving nothing to chance right here. They are hungry. Melbourne is leading by 73. The score is now 1-for-1, and Keno Wallace is running in with the new ball for St. Thomas in the second over of the second innings for Melbourne. Here is he to Stephen Taylor, and he's up on this ball. He's on the line of the leg stump. Racks on the pad. That ball trickles out to square leg. They don't run. There is no run, obviously. And the score still remains at 1-for-1. Interesting times ahead, Kerry Scott.
Indeed. But just to give you some statistics on Tariq White's season thus far, coming into these finals, he has played 10 matches, 7 innings, 1 time not out, 107 runs. His highest being 45 at an average of 17.83, no 50s, no centuries. So he has had a torrid season.
He's had a torrid season, 107 runs in 10 matches.
And
wow.
you can add the 2 innings that he has played in this game to it.
And he made 45 in 1 innings, and he made 12 last week, so that's 57 runs in 2 innings.
2 innings.
And only made 107 runs in 10 matches,
right,
which is approximately 16 innings. Wow.
Well, he has played only 7 innings.
Only 7, okay.
So if you add the innings, both innings that he would have played today, that would make it 11 matches 9 innings, same 107 runs, but far less average than the 17.83. So he has had a torrid time.
Really had a torrid time. The bowler, tall, lanky, fast bowler from St. Thomas, name Keno Wallace, running into bowl to batsman left-handed Stephen Taylor. He's up to the wicket and delivers a full toss, which is played surprisingly up to point. The batsman is asking the umpire if that one wasn't over the waist. The umpires disagree, and a dot ball is put in the scorebook, and that's the call of the over by the umpires. The score is 1-1. The lead is 73. We're having a very interesting game here down at Sabina Park.
Now, to give some more statistics, Trevon Griffiths, on the other hand, he has played 10 matches before this final, 9 innings, 1 not out, total of 318 runs, a highest of 69 at an average of 39.75, and he has scored 3 half centuries. So that pretty much just goes to show that whilst Tariq White has been struggling, his partner at the other end has been getting some amount of runs. He has not gotten any hundreds. One would believe that he would have been able to at least, pick up 100 or 2. He has not been able to do that, but nonetheless, he has still given very solid support to this Melbourne cause. So Gavin Brown, again, working very hard, coming from the commentary box end, and he's bowling to Trevon Griffiths. Here is Brown, and this ball is aimed midland leg stump. Griffith plays straight back to the man at short mid-on, who's Brooks, and there is no run. Score stays on 1-1. Lead of 71.
A correction on the score there. The lead is 71. St. Thomas in their first innings was all out for 111 and not 109. So the lead is 71. Brilliant shot through the covers here by Griffith. Nobody moves. The ball races away to the Kingston Cricket Club stand, which is thrown in by a member of his Melbourne team. Brilliant cover drive there. Nobody had to go for that ball. That ball was pitched up on the off stump. He asked for the drive. He got it, and 4 runs is the end result. Gavin Brown, the bowler.
Gavin Brown trying to swing that one away. He tried to bowl a full-length delivery, going away from Griffiths to try and induce an outside edge. But Griffiths executed that drive in the best fashion. Here is Griffith again, coming back and punching sweetly past the man at cover. It goes through for 1. He thinks about the second, and he comes back. He doesn't go through for it, and he settles for the for 1. Very loud and early call by Stephen Taylor. He's one who's not afraid to do battle with the left arm fast man. I haven't seen any short deliveries from Gavin Brown just yet.
Not at all. And O'Shane Thomas showed them how to use a short ball in their innings. And as you said, he comes up with a short ball. I mean, Kerry, the umpire has signaled a wide for that delivery. It was really high over the head height of the batsman. He also signals that is 1 short ball for the over. You know, the bowlers in this format of the game are allowed 3 short deliveries for the over, right?
Indeed. As a member of the Jamaica Cricket Umpires Association, I would do them a great injustice if I didn't know that. So flailing shot there by Trevon Griffith. That ball flew over the head of the man at gully, and it rocketed into the ropes, past the ropes, as a matter of fact, and it went down to the rollers for 4 runs. So that's Stephen Taylor, not Trevon Griffith. So again, that ball again, Sean, pitched up outside the off stump, swinging away. It was wide, it offered the width, and Stephen Taylor, he accepted and he crunched it for 4. Here is Gavin Brown, and this ball is edging past the man at third slip, who is vacant, and the ball runs into the rope, and that's 4 more runs to the cause, the Melbourne cause. And it seems every single time that a boundary is hit, another nail, small nail, is driven into the coffin of St. Thomas team.
That was a very good delivery on the other hand by Gavin Brown. The ball came down just on outside half stump. Stephen Taylor was looking to play defensively. It got the edge. It flew between that gap between slip and gully and ran down to the third man boundary for 4 runs. Living dangerously is Stephen Taylor. 2 edges, 2 boundaries. He moves on to 9. The score moves on to 14 for the loss of 1 wicket. The lead is 85 and Melbourne large and in charge at Sabina Park.
Indeed, large and in charge. And they are looking to drive the St. Thomas team into the ground. It's going to be a very tough time for the St. Thomas team. They'll have to get wickets in a clump to get back into this game. And Carlton Ball Jr., he's having to do some amount of patchwork. He's pulling out the man at third slip. And that man has now gone to a leg gully region. The man is Devon Thomas. Here is Keno Wallace. And this ball is gotten big on Griffiths. He played it well. He got right on top of it and rode it just in front of the man at short leg.
That was a very good short ball by Keno Wallace. The bowlers now using that short ball that we didn't see them use in the first innings. It was well used by O'Shane Thomas when Melbourne was bowling. Now for the return of the Melbourne batsmen to face the fire, and Keno Wallace using it to good, making good use of that short delivery. But before him, Gavin Brown, his ball was called a wide. It was really too high, and this one wasn't such. Is Wallace into bowl to the Guyanese, and the Guyanese is leaving alone outside the off stump. That ball won't be scored off. That was really good ball outside the off stump. We have seen him from the first innings leaving the ball very well. This batsman really knows where his off stump is.
He has batted extremely well. He batted extremely well in the first innings, and he's doing another very good job here again. As you quite rightly said, he knows exactly where his off stump is, and he's shown that. He's leaving alone very well outside that off stump. Here is Keno Wallace to bowl to Griffiths, and Griffiths again leaving this one outside the off stump. That ball back of a length. And the good thing is, I think Griffiths, he understands and knows the right arm seamer bowling over the wicket. That ball is more than likely going to be going across him. For that bowler to get the ball to come back into him, to give him anything to think about, he must be pitching that ball on the stumps and swinging back. More than likely, you'd have to have a full-length delivery for that to happen, and not a back-of-a-length delivery.
That's right, Kerry Scott. And here is Keno. That's a short ball again, left alone by the left-handed Griffith. That was well left. It was closer to him. Keno Wallace now running in with some steam. And in this evening, the time is getting closer to cut-off time. It's now 5:40 p.m. Jamaica time. Only a matter of minutes before play is called off, and the bowlers really running in, trying to prize out as many Melbourne wickets as they can. Here is Wallace again, coming in from the George Headley end, and he's into bowl to Trevon, and this ball is on the line of the leg stump. Trevon has to jump to get over that ball, and he plays it down safely. There is no run.
I think one of the most important things that we have to look at, and which is why I'm saying that Carlton Ball Jr. has done an excellent job. What he has done, because he knows Keno Wallace bowls that ball back of a length into the rib cage, he has put that man at that leg gully region. Now, what happens there is that once the ball gets a little bit too big on Trevon Griffiths, what he'll have to do, he'll have to try and ride it. So he'll pretty much get the man who is at the Silimidan man into play, which is again some real good thinking by the captain.
That is correct, Kerry. And you saw the batsman there. Once that short delivery was in line with the body, he had to jump, as you said, and ride that ball so it fell on the pitch and not flying to that man at that silly mid-on position. Now the over has been called. The score still remains at 14 for the loss of 1 wicket. The batsman to go was Tariq White. He went bowled by Gavin Brown for 0. The lead is 85. Trevon Griffiths is the not-out batsman on 5, and Stephen Taylor on 9. Taking up the bowling now is Gavin Brown, the left-arm fast bowler from St. Thomas. He is bowling from the Blue Mountain end into the left-handed Stephen Taylor, the man from the United States of America. He's into bowl to Taylor, and Taylor is getting a ball that's pitched up and is choking it out to the mid-wicket area. They have run for one. They're coming back for the second. The ball is being fielded now by Brooks, and the throw comes in. They have taken 2 runs, so Taylor moves to double figures. He's now on 11. The score moves to 16 for the loss of 1 wicket. The lead goes to 87, and Melbourne are trying to see out this very tricky period on the first day of the JCA Senior Cup Finals 2016, being streamed live on Juice TV. If you need to find it, just check out YouTube, Google it, JCA Senior Cup Finals, and you will get it. A loud appeal has gone up for Stephen Taylor, and he's given out caught behind. Mr. Hamilton was saying that he's out. I think he is giving out LBW. We will confirm that decision later. The ball.
I think it was LBW. That ball, it came back at him a bit. He left it alone. The bat was high in the air. He left it alone. It came back, and Taylor thought that he was hit outside the off stump, which would have meant that the ball, he would not have been out. But what I find, Sean, is that sometimes the players, they don't understand the rules. They don't understand that not because you're hit outside the off stump. If you're not playing a shot, then you pretty much would not have given the umpire anything to think about more than whether or not the ball was hitting. The rule, the law is, once you're hit outside the off stump, playing a shot, you ought not to be given out.
Right.
He is walking gingerly back to the pavilion. He is very disappointed. Umpire Atal Hamilton thought he was out, raised his finger. Gavin Brown, the happy bowler, he has had 2 wickets, snaring the opener, Tariq White, and now Mr. USA, Stephen Taylor, both gone back to the pavilion. Here is the new batsman, Andre McCarthy, the right-handed Jamaica middle order, top order batsman. He stroked a very easy 63 runs in Melbourne's first innings. So they have both their top batsmen at the crease now, Melbourne, and they would need to stick around until tomorrow morning for Melbourne to have a real chance of securing this match outright.
So the 2 top scorers of the first innings, they are now on the crease. And a loud appeal by the St. Thomas team. The ball, that ball was outside the off stump. Andre McCarthy, he played at it. Everybody behind the stumps, they were up. The bowler was up. It was a very, very quick not out call by umpire Hamilton. And again, this game is on knife's edge. 2 wickets down at this point in time for 16 runs. As I had said earlier, Sean, if I were the St. Thomas team, what I'd be looking for is to snare a couple wickets here this afternoon. However, the aim, you do not want the Melbourne team to get off to a flyer. Also, you don't want them to get more than 30 runs for the loss of maybe 3-4 wickets this evening.
That's right, and they're currently at 16 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. So the plan for St. Thomas has certainly worked. They would like another wicket or 2 this evening, but seeing as though there is not a lot of playing time left, they would have to push on to see how much they can get. Now, this is a short ball that was played beautifully through mid-wicket by the batsman, right-handed Andre McCarthy, for 4 runs off Gavin Brown. It was a short ball. It sat up and was asked to be hit. He obliged and dispatched it easily through that vacant mid-wicket region. It went over the ropes at the Kingston Cricket Club stand. The score goes up to 20. McCarthy moves from his 0 to 4 runs, and Melbourne lead by 91. at the end of that over.
So Melbourne, they're moving ahead very slowly but surely. Marvin Darlington, we're seeing the very first change here. Keena Wallace, he'll be replaced at the George Headley end by Marvin Darlington, the off spinner. He's going to try and ask some questions of Trevon Griffith. He's going to be bowling right arm round the wicket. He's more than likely going to be trying to sphere these deliveries in the middle and leg stump region to try and get one to turn away. We saw the Melbourne spinners extracting some amount of turn from this bare-faced looking pitch. Let us see if Darlington will be able to get any. Here he is. The ball to Griffith. None such spin as yet. That ball was stroked to the man at short mid-wicket. Jimmy Trenchfield fields. That one was a flatter delivery, and Griffith was equal to the task. Here is Darlington. Again, Griffith is forward. I think maybe what we're seeing is Darlington bowling a little bit too quick. So because of that, he's really not giving the ball a lot of time to do anything off the pitch. Here he is. The ball to Griffith. And Griffith is hitting this one over the top. And it goes 1, 2 bounces. It runs close to the ropes. And well done there by Brooks, who did some excellent work to pull that one back. And he was assisted, ably assisted there by, that looks like Siobhan Simpson. Had to go across very quickly. And they settled for 2. Here is Brooks coming right back into the fold. Darlington to bowl to Griffiths. And Griffiths is forward and stroking this ball to the man at short cover. They can't score. The score now moves to 23 for the loss of 2 wickets. Marvin Darlington twirls away, comes in, bowls to Griffith. And Griffith is driving, but can't get it past Darlington, who partially stops it. But Brooks comes down from that mid-off region very quickly. Swoops down like a gazelle to stop them from going through for a run. Umpire Verdane Smith just holding back proceedings there. Here is Darlington. His back is Griffith, trying to get that ball past. That looks like Devon Thomas, who's at that point region. And that's the end of another over. At the end of it, the Melbourne team there, 23 for the loss of 2 wickets, a lead of 93. The main destroyer for Melbourne was Christopher Lamont. He got 5 wickets. He was assisted by his captain, Nikita Miller, who got 4 for 21. And what we're looking at here is the Melbourne team trying to maneuver their way through closer play. St. Thomas, however, they're coming at them like a boxer in heat.
We see Gavin Brown now taking up the bowling from the northern end. He is in to bowl to the right-handed Andre McCarthy, who drives this one crisply out to the cover region. There is no run. McCarthy runs off the square leg doing his warm-up routines. He is really trying to get as much concentration in as possible for the remainder of this innings. As we see the shadows coming across the Sabina Park field, it's really getting late. Gavin Brown into McCarthy, and this one is outside the off stump, and the batsman is leaving this one, and he trudges away again to the square leg region to warm up on the practice wicket. Umpires Atal Hamilton and Verdine Smith have had a good day so far with this game. I'm sure the majority of people will have no complaints whatsoever about their match officiating.
I wouldn't want to say the majority, because we saw at the break, or at the start of the innings, we saw a gentleman going out on the pitch to have words with umpire Hamilton. We also heard fans having some words, throwing some words at umpire Verdane Smith when he gave out that last man leg before wicket. It seemed a bit precarious though, because only the bowler and the man under the bat really appealed. The wicketkeeper, he was not interested. Neither was the man at slip. So that in itself, it pretty much sent a signal. Not to say that the man wasn't out, but I'm just saying it seemed a bit precarious. You know.
It was a very sticky situation when it is a very sticky situation when the people are hurling abuses at the officials, but that is something for us to leave alone. The shadows are now stretching even further. They have covered the pitch basically. The batsman is still taking strike from the left arm fast bowler, Gavin Brown, and this ball is pitched up on the line of the leg stump and he's driving out to mid-on. There is no run taken. This batsman McCarthy has really improved over the last couple of years that I have seen him. He is really looking like a senior batsman that he's supposed to be. I mean, I've seen him over the years from he was attending high school, and this is really the best of him, and I'm really happy that he has started to show his true potential. He's taking strike, and this was a sharp one, and he's pulling this one down to fine leg, but there's a fielder there that will get the ball, and they only in the end get a single. McCarthy moves up to 5, the score moves up to 24, and the lead is now 94.
I think that fielder is Xavier Scott. He's a substitute. I'll have to get some words as to who he's on for.
Okay, that's Xavier Scott. The summary for today, I see the 2 umpires now meeting. Not sure what they're meeting about. The summary for today, Melbourne in their first innings, they were asked to take strike by St. Thomas. They were all out for 181. In their turn to bat, St. Thomas fell for 111, giving Melbourne a lead of 70 runs. Melbourne now in their second turn at bat, losing Tariq White again for another duck, and Stephen Taylor, LBW, Gavin Brown, the main and only destroyer in the second innings. He has gotten 2 wickets to fall. The score is 24 for 2, and we have had a very intriguing day's play up to this point. The bowler now with ball in hand is Marvin Darlington. He's bowling from the George Headley stand end. The striker is the right-handed Andre McCarthy. He is playing forward to this one. It runs out into the offside. There is no run. You can see the St. Thomas fielders moving around quickly. They want to get in as much overs as possible as it gets down to close of play. The Melbourne batsmen will want to bat out the time, and this is a sort of situation that we are faced with right now. Here is Darlington into McCarthy. McCarthy is getting a ball on the line of the leg stump. He whips it away to backward square. There is no run as that ball went straight to the fielder that was placed neatly by Carlton Ball. He has really shown his expertise at field setting today, Carlton Ball. Here is Darlington into McCarthy. McCarthy is back defensively, showing the full face of the bat. The ball falls on the pitch and there is no run. McCarthy signals to the dressing room for a tip, for a batting tip. He stands up to face the Darlington, and this ball is on the line of the off stump. He is standing up tall, a very short man, but he stands tall and he plays down that ball. Now we see where both McCarthy and Trevon they are meeting mid-pitch. Not sure what strategy they are discussing, but they have met, they have spoken, and now they return to their respective ends. Darlington has moved to right arm around the wicket. I'm sure he's trying to get McCarthy to play that ball into short leg. Here is Bowes on the line of legs. So McCarthy is back and pushing this ball into the offside field. There is no run taken. The score remains at 24 for the loss of 2 wickets. The lead is 94. Trevon Griffiths is a not-out batsman on 7. McCarthy on 5. McCarthy faces up to the Darlington bowler. He lets this one into the mid-wicket region. There is still no run again. Over is called. The score remains at 24 for 2. The shadows are passing right over the cricket stadium right now. Soon and very soon will be the call of time. What do you think, Kerry?
Indeed. I mean, we have, in terms of play, we have another 4 minutes, according to my watch, for the end of the first day's play. I'm not sure what is on the watches of the umpires, but I don't envision that they will be too far away from what my time says. And I think that the Melbourne team clearly shows that they want this to be the final over of the day. As we saw there, the 12-man coming out to give a new glove to Andre McCarthy, as you had alluded to earlier, that he was signaling for a glove. I believe that he was really signaling for that glove because he knew it was getting close to the time to close the play, and he wanted to take as much time as he could. So we have a change in bowling here. Devon Thomas, he'll be doing battle with his to Trevon Griffith, who's letting this one go by outside the off stump. Devon Thomas, I believe, Sean, I believe he didn't bowl as many overs as I thought he could have bowled in the first innings. And we're seeing him here doing battle. The St. Thomas team, however, they're not looking as though they're pushing to get in any more over than this last one. St. Thomas seem as though they're quite okay with this being the final over of the day. There's been a day where 22 wickets have fallen, and one can safely say that this day has belonged to Melbourne. They have won more. They have won 2 of the 3 sessions that we've seen here today, and again, they're ensuring that this is the final over. As Trevon Griffiths, he sinks to his knees to tie his shoelaces. It doesn't meet. It doesn't meet Devon Thomas with a lot of enthusiasm, as he was not happy. He went right through and faked at throwing the ball. He has also cut his run up. Trevon Griffith is taking his very sweet time to face up. Here is Devon Thomas. This one down the leg side and worked away. And that's 4 runs to Trevon Griffiths. What Griffiths has done in this over thus far, Sean, he has been successful based on that delivery in frustrating Devon Thomas to try and hustle through and bowl what he really did not intend to bowl.
That's right. That ball was wide outside the line of the leg stump, and all he had to do was get some kind of bat on it and work it down to the fine leg boundary for 4. This delivery, however, this next delivery is much better. It was on the line of the off stump. It was pitched right up to the batsman, and he went into a defensive stroke, played it all along the pitch. Devon Thomas is now moving to right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Trevon. He comes up to the wicket now, and that's it. He delivers, and this ball is played into the mid-wicket region. An easy single is taken. Griffith now moves to 8, and the score goes to 25 for the loss of 2 wickets.
12. Griffith actually moves to 12 with that 4 that went down to fine leg. And the score is 29 for the loss of 2 wickets. And 1 delivery to go before the end of play, you would want to think. Because according to my watch, it is 6 o'clock. And however, as I said before, I'm not sure what kind of timepiece the umpires have. Here's Devon Thomas. This one down the leg side. He kicks the ground. And they look to head off. Will they be heading off? No, they won't. We'll have another over. St. Thomas team, they've gotten into position very, very quickly here. The umpire hands the hat back to Devon Thomas. The bowler, Marvin Darlington, he's at the top of his mark already. And the fielders, they're all in position, almost all in position. The umpires are now in position. The batsmen, they're taking a little bit more time than normal. But of course, you know, it's all a matter of
Gamesmanship.
It's all a matter of gamesmanship. 29 for 2 here.
Right.
And one believes that this may be the final over of the day. And I'm sure the St. Thomas team would love to snare another wicket here just before close of play.
Here is Darlington to bowl to the left-handed Trevon, and Trevon is on the front foot and playing defensively back to the bowler Darlington, who picks up and returns to his mark. Very interesting field here. A leg slip, silly point. Leg slip, a short leg, a slip, a point, a cover, and mid-off. This ball is up and driven through cover point. They take 3 runs. Very well run between Trevon and McCarthy. These two are quick between the wickets, small people in stature, so they are able to really scamper through and get those runs. 3 runs goes to McCarthy, he goes to Griffiths, he goes to 15, the score goes to 32 for the loss of 2 wickets. Melbourne taking first innings from St. Thomas, who were bowled out for 111 a short while ago. Here is Darlington to McCarthy, who is on the front foot and pushing this one through the covers. They have gone off for one. Will they come back for the second? Yes, they will. The ball has been retrieved by the man at cover.
Jamie Trenchfield.
Jamie Trenchfield, who lobs in the ball back to Darlington, who takes up his position at the top of his mark. Settled in are all the players. McCarthy now ready to take strike. Darlington delivers and he's on the back foot and pushing this one out to point. The fielder feels there is no run taken. The score stays at 32 for 2.
I think it's 34.
34 for 2.
For 2.
It's a
Leader
bit dark now, I know.
Leader for 109. There's a loud appeal here for stumping by Carlton Ball Jr. Not out, says umpire Athol Hamilton. And that ball went perilously close to the outside edge of Andre McCarthy's bat. But umpire Verdine Smith said no, he didn't get a touch. Ball turned to umpire Athol Hamilton as strikers and he said no. His foot was in the place that it was supposed to have been in. It did not move.
That's right.
So not out on both fronts. And Darlington at the top of his mark. This has got to be the final over. Darlington, flighted delivery. McCarthy drives sweetly past the man at cover. They go through for 1. And that is 4 runs. A sweetly timed stroke. And what a beautiful way to end a day that belonged to Melbourne Cricket Club. What an exquisite way to end the day. Andre McCarthy from Marvin Darlington, he leaned into that stroke and caressed it. There was no fanfare about the stroke. He just caressed it past the left of the man at short cover and it raced into the fence at Kingston Cricket Club. Sean Johnson, viewers, that is Cover Drive 101.
That is indeed Cover Drive 101. The ball was pitched up from Marvin Darlington. McCarthy came on the front foot. He caressed it through the covers. He did it the previous ball. They only got 2 runs. But in this instance, he leaned into the stroke some more, put some more power behind it, and pushed the ball all the way into the Kingston Cricket Club stands. They went for 4. The umpires called time. And that's the end of the day's play. A quick summary for you. The toss was won this morning by the captain of the St. Thomas Cricket Association, Carlton Ball Jr., formerly of Melbourne. He inserted the Melbourne Cricket Club to bat. On bat, they lost Tariq White early in the piece. He went for naught, edging caught behind from Keano Wallace. The score was then 1 for 1. The struggle went on. Stephen Taylor, the man from US, he came in with a brilliant 100 in the semi-final against Sewick. He was up for the challenge, but so was St. Thomas. They went on, got rid of him. The score was 26 at the time. He went LBW to the left-handed Gavin Brown. Gavin Brown went on to take 2 wickets for 35 runs in his 10 overs. Some good bowling by the left-handed fast bowler. There was a recovery led by Trevon Griffiths and Andre McCarthy, the latter scoring 63 runs. Gavin Brown was the wicket taker again. He stopped Trevon Griffiths in his way, getting him LBW. The score then 123 for 3. They limped on the Melbourne Cricket Club, ending up at 181 all out. The tail was cleaned up by Keano Wallace and Kenroy Williams, the leg spinner. They did not get to 200. Lamont was the not-out batsman. They finished on 181. At the end of the fight, Keano Wallace came up with 4 wickets, Gavin Brown with 2, Kenroy Williams with 3, Devon Thomas without any, Brooks without any, and Darlington with the final wicket of the innings. On their turn to bat, St. Thomas was in cruise control, playing shots all over the park, went for 20 without loss, and then came the killer Miller. He left brilliant bowling by himself and his left arm deputy, Christopher Lamont. They twirled and spun and got rid of all the St. Thomas batsmen. Lamont finishing with figures of 19.1 overs, 7 maidens, 38 runs, 5 wickets. Miller finishing with 12 overs, 3 maidens, 21 runs and 4 wickets. Stephen Taylor, brilliant bowling by him as well, 4 overs, no maidens, 11 runs. And the misery of Jamie Trenchfield, O'Shane Thomas, getting rid of the opener, 5 overs, no runs, 28 runs, no maidens, 28 runs, 1 wicket. And that was how the innings folded for St. Thomas. 51 for 2 at tea, ended up at 111 all out. 70 was the lead for Melbourne. And Melbourne started batting in their second innings. Tariq White, facing a very lean time with the bat, tried to play a stroke, did not get any bat. Bold was his off-stump cartwheeling from the left-hand pacer Gavin Brown. He went for another duck. Stephen Taylor came in and seemed assured, but he did not capitalize on his chances that he got out LBW. But in the end, 38 runs adrift, 2 wickets down, overall lead of 103 wickets. The not-out batsmen are the left-handed Guyanese, Trevon Griffith, and the right 2 wickets to the left-hand pacer Gavin Brown. He has taken up where he left off from in the first innings, and Melbourne has secured first innings points. This has been a very intriguing day of cricket. Thanks to my co-commentator Kerry Scott for giving us the commentary. Thanks to Juice TV for streaming live for the first time the Jamaica Cricket Association Senior Cup Finals 2016. Join us tomorrow when we return to Sabina Park. Join us on the stream, or if you want to, join us live here at Sabina Park, where we can share in the fun and festivities. Thank you. Have a good night.